It's the wrong one. What the hell am I doing? This is the one.
Yeah! Well, now the gavel's calling. Let's get this session started. Hey, folks, grab a seat. It's time to get the scoop. Baker's in session, serving justice with a whoop. From sunny Cali courts to the heartland's dusty halls, we'll spin the yarns of trials big and small. Oh, Baker in session, tales old and brand new. Some make you laugh, some will leave you in a stew. Gavels dropping beats, witnesses take the stand. Join the fun, y'all, across this great land. Hey. Classic papers like OJ or that moonshine bust. Fresh headlines steaming hot. In Baker we trust. Murder in the Midwest, scams down south so sly. We'll break it down with grins, no need to cry. East Coast embezzlers, West Coast wild rides. Supreme Court showdowns where the big shots collide. From petty thefts to plots that twist and turn, Baker's got the stories that'll make you learn and burn. Oh, Baker in session, tales old and brand new. Some make you laugh, some will leave you in a stew. Gavels dropping beats, witnesses take the stand. Join the fun, y'all, across this great land. Famous folks in hot seats, underdogs who win. We'll cheer the verdicts, dive right in. Coast to coast adventures in the name of the law. Baker's here to share it without a single flaw. Hit subscribe, don't miss the legal ride. Baker in session where the laughs collide. Hey, how we roll.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 2 in the Devyn Michaels case, I believe is the name of the lady. And happy Veterans Day if you say that in America. I know that the 11 is Veterans Day, and it's a day to remind ourselves that someone did it so you didn't have to do it. And you should maybe be a little bit grateful for all of them. They don't choose where they get sent. They get sent there by the politicians. So don't blame the veterans if you don't agree with the war. They just do their job. And someone asked me... someone asked me something. Now I have to go back. Baker, who is more attractive, Devyn Michaels or Lindsay Catani? It depends. Devyn Michaels in her prison state, not that attractive. Devyn Michaels in the wedding picture we saw yesterday, way more attractive than Lindsay Catani. Lindsay Catani, with all her filters on, would probably win today. But when you ask AI if there's something up with her videos and it says she looks pregnant, you're thinking, do you really want that problem in your life? Will you be the stepdad of little Clay? Rest in peace, baby Clay. So, no. We don't do that. Yeah, and the British call it either Armistice Day or Remembrance Day, I believe it is, because we are reminded. We don't have it in Denmark because we didn't participate in the first kerfuffle, and it's the day at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month is when they met the Allied versus the Axis in the Compiègne forest, and in a train cart they signed the Armistice Agreement, ending the First World Kerfuffle, and because of the very severe penalties put on the Austro-Hungarian and German Empire already laid the stones to build into the Second World Kerfuffle because of the the crack of the stock market and the very high rates that the Germans had to pay. America was fronting those bills. Actually, America was against making it so severe. When they made the peace agreements, they said, hey, let's give them a clean slate. Let's not be too bad. But the British and the French, who had been dying on the fields of Flanders for 4 years, said, no, we want them to suffer. And because of that, you gave the way to the rise of the Austrian painter, because they were so hurt by the Black Friday in 1929, and America had to stop giving Germany their cheap loans to pay off the other members, and that's why you had the rise of the Austrian painter, because they wanted to get out of those deals that they couldn't pay anymore, because America couldn't front the bills anymore. It was because it was the Austrian-Hungarian emperor who did it. So this is why, but also Germany was then made into the Weimar Republic and turned into a democracy. Before that, they hadn't been that. So there's a lot of history on this day, and it's a history that's good, because 4 years of killings on the fields of Flanders was over, but it was also the setup for 5 years of very bad stuff coming later, which actually kind of was 6 years. September 1st, 1939 is when the German made a fake attack on their border guards, claimed they were done by Polish soldiers, and that's when they attacked them. History by the baker. We should do that. Canadian poet John McCrae wrote the poem on In Flanders Fields on May 3rd, 1915. Yeah, and that's why you have the poppies, to remember it in the British. Are you a Commonwealth or whatever you are today? Is to remind you of the poppy fields of Flanders. Well, there wasn't that much talk about decapitation. It's fine. And such a terrible painter. He wasn't that bad. He was just really basic. He was a very naive as well, but there was a lot of people who tried to do it. Yeah, sometimes it'll do that. I don't know. Now we know how Lindsay will look when she goes to jail. I don't think Lindsay will go to jail. If she's going to jail, it's because Lindsay again and again keeps helping Aiden with his case, because she leaked a phone call that the defense have been asking for in that case for a very long time. That hasn't been turned over, and now Lindsay proved that it exists. So by being an absolute thunder C word and inserting herself into all of this stuff with the Commonwealth, she's actually ending up helping Aiden, even though she has caused him as much trouble as she has. She's kind of a blessing in disguise, even though 60 days in prison probably isn't a blessing. Then her leaking all of this stuff is actually going to help Aiden a lot. Oh, you don't have to thank me. I did it voluntarily. Mr. Ray from Dallas, Mr. Ban from the YouTube. Apparently, someone did a mass report on Ray's channel for harassment or whatever it is. Don't do that. Stop using all of these tools against people just because you get your little fifis hurt when people say stuff. Stop doing all these dumb stuff. You, if you put out punches, you need to understand in boxing, you might put in a jab and then you'll get a hook right back. And I am annoyed that on the Twitch chat where you were streaming yesterday, you can't chat. Chat is such an important experience when you are watching streams. I believe, especially live streams. If I'm watching Beard Meats Food, I don't need the chat, but live streaming you do need a chat to really feel engaged. But I am pretty sure that Ray will be back. Where was it? Good morning, my friend. How cold is it in Denmark? It's 27 degrees in North Georgia, from Katie Bradley. Well, my temperature says it's 10 degrees Celsius, which is roughly 2 bananas in Fahrenheit. Where does it? Yes, I have to do this and then I have to do this. It's 51 degrees Fahrenheit in Denmark right now. Possibility that we might have snow on the weekend. So, yeah. Good morning. You're not your mom. And SFVF. I need your names back. Well, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. Of course, there are rules because you are not using your own platform. But these mass flaggings of, oh, everyone is so mean to me. You know what, sugar tits? Grow up. People are mean. It happens. I learned that Denmark has a badass prime minister right now, or is at least making some great changes to help the country. Then you have heard absolutely wrong. We have a very, very power hungry prime minister right now who is doing fuck all for the people. She took away a holiday to pay for the war in Ukraine, and then because we were going bankrupt. Then it showed up we had a 30 billion surplus. So she just stole that day for no reason. She is very disliked in the country. They got her and her coalition partners had 51% of the vote. The last online poll they did to see how it was, I think they have 30%. So she's very, very unpopular. She is right now. She's buying online influencers to try and boost her. We're having a local election coming up, and she's buying local influencers. She's horrible. She's always been horrible, and giving her power made her even more horrible. I very much despise her, even though she is the head of the party that my mom was a member of for 30 years. She is a power hungry woman who is just waiting to get her job either at the UN or NATO or in the EU. No one except her party, not even her party members, likes her anymore. She has gone way too far. She was almost indicted over the handling under the coup, where she demanded that we had a lot of mink farms because we sold a lot of mink furs, and she just decided, we're going to stop that. That ended up costing the country 18 billion, and sadly, kind of like in Canton, we couldn't get any papers on how she made that decision, who gave her the recommendation to do it, and whoopsie, she destroyed all of her iPhones. We don't have a good PM. We have a horrible PM, and she will not be PM in 2 years when we have our next election. Well, that video you watched is someone who has a political agenda and will, of course, think that this is the best person in the world. I can tell you that every poll shows that she's very unpopular. Very, very unpopular. Yeah, you have to divide it by 6 to get it to Danish, to American numbers, but that's still 3 billion that they wasted on that one. So yeah. But let's get to the more important part, because politics are dumb. People in trials are fun. We don't have anyone running Muslims out of Denmark. She likes to say that she is tightening the, and I don't know why there's no audio, but there's subtitles. They like to say there's tightening the immigration, but every government have said that since 2015. Oh, and by the way, you all know them, you all love them. Justice Serve TV will have a veteran special tonight where Miss Jessica, who participates in chat a lot, will be on as a guest. She is a former EOD security troop. She was in the army. She's been deployed. She's going to be on Justice Serve TV today at 6 p.m. And I think you should all go and show them some love. Give them some love. Today's going to be a long day. Hey, anime, and thank you. It's not the AM right now. It's PM my time. It's 3 o'clock. But go follow that. And if I have a mod here, maybe they can find a link if they already have the stream up, so we can make sure that we can show them some love. Just why am I now? I'm gonna say love the rest of my life. Fuck. But you should all go watch that tonight, because they good people, she good people, and she's a veteran, and veterans need our support. Zach is not allowed to be there.
Overnight. State, you may resume your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, yesterday we left off with a couple of questions about the backyard and that side gate, that wooden fence. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now 163. Is this a view of the front of the house aiming at the trash cans and that side fence?
It is.
164, those trash cans were opened.
Yes.
165, another trash can. 166, trash can opened. 167, another trash can. Yes?
Yes.
168, that trash can opened.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
And search anything of evidentiary value found within those trash cans.
No.
168A? This is that one. You guys guess. Yes. I believe by stipulation we move to admit 168A.
Correct.
168A.
168? 168A. Okay, 168A will be admitted for stipulation.
And ma'am, I mentioned yesterday we appeared to be missing a photo. Does this appear to be a photo showing the backyard and showing that gate where the fence would be out front?
Where that wooden fence would be out front, yes.
Okay, so does this now...
Oh, just to hype it a little bit more, tonight's show, not only is Jessica a veteran, she was also deployed with, I believe, the Farwell, who is not in jail. So she is pin-up expose Farwell. Miss Jessica joins JSTV for Veterans Day special. So what's not to love and like about that? Let's pin this to the chat so you can all go and get ready for a 6 o'clock showdown where you can listen how Farwell, if she knew him, and how he was when they were deployed, and all of that stuff. If you don't know what Farwell I'm talking about, it's the monster who is in prison charged with the unaliving of Sandra Birdsmore and Sandra Birdsmore's little child. And Miss Jessica was deployed with, I believe, the younger brother.
Tell us both sides of the entry to the side of the house are obstructed.
Yes.
Did you and your team also go out and execute warrants on the vehicles out front?
Yes.
169, ma'am, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the victim's truck and trailer that was parked out front of the house.
Can you describe just for the record how it is parked?
It's parked, I'm sorry, I don't know directionality, but it's just parked along the street right in front of the
Okay.
house.
Parked, I guess, wrong way on the street.
Correct.
And the trailer appears to be hanging out into the street a bit.
Yes.
170. Did it appear that the moving trailer portion was somewhat empty,
Yes.
other than a blanket or something?
Yes.
I don't know what. Let me just take this off screen and try and refresh it. Maybe the CC is just having a stroke like I am. If it calls it LOP, just like I do, then
Sorry, I don't know directionality.
then we know something is wrong. Let's see if that helped.
But it's just parked along the street right in front of the
Okay.
house.
Parked, I guess, wrong way on the street.
I'm going to take off CC. It looks like CC is broken.
Correct.
And the trailer appears to be hanging out into the street a bit.
Yes.
170. Did it appear that the moving trailer portion was somewhat empty,
Yes.
other than a blanket or something?
Yes.
171. Just another angle of that.
Correct.
172. Documenting the license plate, if you could read that into the record.
399ZUK.
173, is this the bed of the truck?
Yes.
Obviously searched at some point.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the trailer or the bed of the truck?
No.
The inside of the truck, was it also searched?
Yes, it was.
174, is that a side angle of the truck?
Yes.
A couple of American flags sticking out the back.
Yes.
And then there's a bunch of photographs of different angles of the exterior of the truck. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to show them all to you, but you would agree with that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more, 180. Just a better angle showing the empty moving trailer or
Dr. On Call, just again, don't give them any reason to declare mistrial. I don't know if you saw it. There was a guy who just had a mistrial declared yesterday because an officer said that he invoked his Fifth Amendment rights, and another EMT had done it before, so that case got tossed out, and they have to start over now. So if they had told you don't stand outside with a sign saying he did it, or everyone inside Fairview 34 is guilty, don't give them any opportunity to declare mistrials. I know you wouldn't do any of that, but some people might be dum-dums.
Yeah, moving trailer except for that blanket and a piece of wood or something.
Yes.
181. What are we looking at here?
That's the interior of the truck.
Front seat.
Yes.
182. Back seat.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the truck?
No.
In addition to the truck, was there a little blue sedan parked out front?
Yes. A little Nissan Sentra.
And was that searched as well?
It was.
185, is that the Nissan?
Yes.
186, rear of the Nissan.
Yes.
Looks like a temporary tag,
Yes.
2010 date on it.
Yes.
Can you read the plate into the record?
Sure. 1E67224.
And that vehicle was searched as well?
It was.
188. Front seat?
Yes.
Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, they should give you a window, say between 10 or 12 or something like that, so you can go to the supermarket and buy whatever you need, so you don't get in trouble.
189. Back seat?
Yes.
190. Trunk?
Yes.
Appears that there's a bunch of random materials as though maybe someone was packed.
Yes, it was full.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the Nissan?
No.
And I'm assuming that when you're referring to evidentiary value, that would include anything related to blood.
Correct.
So let's go back inside the residence just briefly. I'm almost done with you.
Okay.
193, we showed this yesterday, but this particular dog door, did you say was it impounded under our vent number?
Yes, the cover was, yes.
And you mentioned some latent print processing. 194, what are we looking at here?
So that's the door that's leading from the laundry room to the garage, and that was also processed for latent fingerprints.
And 195, a closer view of that same area?
Yes.
You mentioned yesterday sometimes you'll process and use photography, other times you'll process and actually pull tape.
Correct.
Here it looks like you may have pulled tape.
We did.
And I want to ask you some general questions about fingerprints.
Sure.
Fingerprints are an artifact left behind when someone touches something, correct?
Correct.
And there's latent ridge detail that could be matched potentially to a known fingerprint, correct?
Correct.
Fingerprints don't tell you anything about timing.
No.
Right, that could have been left there a day ago, a month ago, a year ago.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to establish a timeline for a fingerprint.
Okay, and if someone is a known occupant of a home, you would expect their fingerprints to be in their home.
Absolutely.
If someone had lived in that home previously, you would expect fingerprints to be in the home.
Absolutely.
If someone had been inside the home, one or two times, they may have left prints as well.
Absolutely.
You just never know, but
Yes.
you do it nonetheless.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to the body a bit. And I'm going to put these cameras up on, these photos up on the screen for the cameras. 208. Is that John once the cover was removed from his body?
Yes.
There was a suggestion yesterday that maybe the decapitation occurred at a different location and his body was moved to this location. Is there anything about this body that suggests otherwise?
We did not feel that the decapitation occurred anywhere else. Based on his lividity, when we removed those bedding and all those sheets, his lividity was consistent with that position. There was no mixed lividity or anything to suggest that he'd been in a different position.
Okay, the jury's hearing the term lividity for the first time.
Sure.
What do you mean by that?
So lividity occurs when your heart stops beating. The blood in your body will pull into the natural cavities of your body. So the lividity becomes fixed at a certain point, but you'll see dark discoloration that's consistent with the position of the body.
And so if a body lays, say, in this position on the belly for an extended period of time,
Right.
the blood essentially settles with gravity.
Correct.
And that at some point becomes fixed in the body.
Correct.
Now, if a person is killed, and they sit there for a minute, an hour, and then are flipped onto their belly. They're on their back when they're killed or whatever.
Right.
Are there times in which the lividity will change a bit?
You'll see a variance in the lividity.
Okay. And in this particular case, anything suggesting that he was moved from this small position on the bed other than maybe flipped over?
No.
In addition to that, we talked about how you believed it was a post-mortem decapitation.
That's correct.
As a result of that, you're not going to have spurting vessels or veins or arteries, correct?
Correct.
However, there is blood leaking from the
Right.
decapitation.
Right.
Did you see anywhere outside of this small area in the scene any evidence to suggest this body was dragged in, brought in, carried in, or anything like that?
No, nothing of the sort.
Showing you 212. Now that the cover is removed, can we see more of those what appeared to be chemical burns?
Yes.
Not feeling the need to publish this photo, but I'm going to just show you the old school way. 214 ultimately is the body removed from the scene, placed into a bag, and the custody taken over by the Clark County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just remind you, you will have all of the photos that were admitted into evidence when you go back for your deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the scene documented after John's body was moved?
Yes.
Showing you 220. Describe now what we're looking at.
So after the victim's body was removed from the scene, we proceeded to basically open up all the blankets and bedding that he had been wrapped in, to see if we could find anything or anything of that.
That's not a lot of biological material left. If this is where his head has been, just this little. I bleed more when I shave than this. That's. I can understand why they say this was an unusual little, a small amount of blood at the crime scene. This is kind of weird. That this is all.
Anything important in that bedding.
And so we can reorient, if the jury can't recall, is this the foot of the bed down in the lower left portion of the photo?
That pillow is the pillow that we discussed yesterday that was underneath the upper portion of his torso.
Okay. I have another personal question. Have you ever received a massage?
Yes.
It's weird, but I have to ask it. So, are there times in which a pillow is placed under a person's body when they're getting a massage?
Sure.
Okay. Down here, bottom left portion of the bed, when you first come upon the scene, that is bare, correct?
Right.
Just mattress,
Just
and
mattress.
then we saw the red staining in this area.
Correct.
When you fold the sheet back, is this red staining consistent with the location of that other red staining we saw on the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. So hypothetically, if someone were to want to roll this body over to do something to it, could the initial impact have occurred here and then the whole sheet been rolled over and with the body in it?
It's possible, yes.
.221, another angle,
Oh.
just showing kind of now we're peeling the layers a bit or getting different angles of the layers.
Yes.
.222, is this the remnants of the pillow and the blanket that were underneath where John's
I'm
head
just
should have
going
been?
to take that off
Yes.
screen. So
I'm sorry, Counsel, which exhibit is that? The number?
222.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 223,
to try
what
to
is
save my
this?
channel.
That's a towel that was found towards the head of the bed.
Okay. And now it's just been laid out for documentation?
Correct, yes.
225. Are we now seeing the white comforter kind of spread out
Yes,
and a couple of blood spots in corresponding corners on the top?
yes.
I'll show one more graphic image just to talk about a point you made earlier. 229. Is this some of the lividity that you were talking about?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. And that's kind of blood settling when a body remains in a position post-mortem for an extended period of time?
Yes.
One last question. Did you observe any bleeding injuries to the victim's hands
Yeah,
anywhere?
would look like her. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness to you.
Defense?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll just start with the last part of your testimony and address some of the testimony that you gave yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked a series of questions concerning lividity and when lividity sets in, correct? You'd agree with me that you don't have an opinion as to the time of death.
I would agree with you, yes.
So when you talk about lividity, you're kind of just guessing because obviously lividity sets in after someone dies, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't know when a person dies, you just kind of have to guess when the lividity. Obviously, it begins after the person dies, but we don't know when, correct?
There are several factors affecting lividity, yes.
And what time was it that these photographs that you've testified concerning? When were these photos taken?
We entered the scene, I would say somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock.
So we're talking about a 5-year period, and you're giving us opinions concerning lividity. And that's just the 5 hours that you were there, correct?
Correct.
You gave an opinion concerning it appears the body had not been moved, presumably from the time of death that you don't know, correct?
Well, I don't know the time of death, no.
No, and that's my point. Yet you're giving an opinion concerning the lividity, correct?
All I can base my opinion on is what I observed during the time that I was there.
Correct. That's somewhere during that 5-hour period, correct?
Based on my knowledge of lividity and based on what I observed while I was there, that's what I'm basing my opinion on.
Let's talk about lividity. When does lividity begin to occur?
I'm not a medical examiner, but I'm not comfortable answering exactly when it sets in.
Thank you, and you're making my point. So it's pretty tough to say that this body stayed in that same place based upon the lividity and based upon my observation of it, correct?
What I'm saying is that based on my observations of the lividity, there didn't appear to be any variance other than the position that he was currently in.
Fair to say the body dies and it moves 2 or 3 times in a 1-hour period. You can't give an opinion concerning the lividity and when it set in and if the body was moved or not, correct?
I'm not a medical examiner, and like I said, there are several factors that affect lividity, including the body itself, temperature, things like that. So, again, I'm not comfortable answering those questions.
So fair to say, let's just not get a point where, well, the body wasn't moved because of lividity. That's a fairly unfair assumption, an unfair testimony, unfair conclusion to reach, correct?
No, I would not say it's unfair.
I see. We don't know when the body died, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what time lividity may have set in, correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless, you're just going to testify and say the body wasn't moved.
Lividity evolves.
Correct.
Lividity evolves, and at a certain point, it becomes fixed. And again, there's a lot of factors involved. So again, all I'm basing my testimony on is what I observed while I was there.
Okay. During the 5-hour period, correct?
We were there longer than 5 hours.
The problem is they used her testimony to talk about the lividity. So he's actually doing a good job of dismantling her opinions because she doesn't have any specialized knowledge about lividity. So like him or hate him, he's actually doing a good job. Now we talked about that defense attorney with the teen case who just did nothing. At least this guy is he's trying.
Yesterday you had given testimony that based upon what you saw and the evidence you collected, you had an opinion that it was there on the bed. This gentleman died, correct?
Correct.
You testified that there wasn't any signs of struggle.
Correct.
Fair to say there could have been a struggle somewhere else and the body wound up on the bed. You can't give an opinion, correct?
No, I can't.
You testified yesterday that we, and presumably that's you and other crime scene analysts, or who else? You said we a number of times, like we hypothesized that about him, the body being rolled. Who was we?
Members of my team, members of detectives who were also there. We did a lot of discussing as a group, as a team.
And when you talk about hypothesizing, is it kind of like in a scientific sense where you reach a hypothesis and then test it?
We don't, that's something that we can't really test, but based on our observations and evidence at the scene, yeah, we potentially come up with theories on how bloodstain patterns could have occurred. That's very common.
Okay. But getting into, we don't know the time of death,
No.
based upon your testimony,
No,
do we?
We don't.
You had testified, again, about this assumption that the person died at that bed and then was beheaded. Fair to say that was in large part because you saw some blood going down the side of the bed and puddling on the floor?
I mean, that there was obviously bloodletting there that had occurred, but I don't know that that's the sole reason that I made that I made that statement.
Okay. Well, we don't have the time of death. You testified that you observed that the head was severed, but you didn't make any observations of the injury, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, you testified yesterday that the head was severed, but your testimony was that you didn't make any observations as to the wound, correct?
No. As far as, like, what are you, specifically, what are you asking about the wound?
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify about your
Okay.
testimony and your hypotheses and your conclusions. You testified yesterday that you did not observe or analyze the wound, correct?
Well, I observed it up close, but I didn't make any determinations as far as what could have caused that or what implementations that caused the decapitation. I didn't make any of those specific assumptions.
But nonetheless, you gave an opinion that the head was severed there, correct?
Yes, that's what I believe, yes.
Are you aware of how the head was severed?
No, I'm not.
What instrumentalities may or may not have been used in severing the head?
I have read the anthropologist report at this point, but at the time, no. I
Okay,
didn't make any assumptions at the time, no.
but you were reaching these hypotheses prior to reviewing the anthropologist's report.
Not a hypothesis about what instruments were used to cause the decapitation.
Well, you're talking about the death occurred here, but you're not really clear on how the death occurred, correct? Or at least how the decapitation occurred, fair to
Not
say?
how the decapitation occurred, no.
You're aware, and since you've addressed it, hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw, correct?
Correct.
You gave testimony concerning cast-off, blood, things like that, correct?
Thank you, Cindy Lou Wuhoot, because I had the exact same, but I didn't want to sound like an ignorant foreigner. The instrumentalities, is that when you use an instrument to incur a fatality? Or I have never heard that word before. I know I'm not a native speaker, so I try to keep quiet, but instrumentalities, yeah. I don't know. Kimberlino, there was a big. She's like Texas was tossing memberships around like it was $1 bills on frat night. So yeah, thank you, Zach. I looked it up. It's a thing that serves as an instrument or means to an end. He's smarter than I am. Thank you all so much for pointing out how dumb I am. Fact or quality of serving as an instrument or means to an end agency. A corporate body can act only through the instrumentalities of human beings. Bigger dumb. Bigger dumb. All time dumb. Thank you so much. She's like Texas. Again, tossing 20 memberships into the chat like it's frat night at the local club with the ladies. And oh my God, thank you so very much. Soon everyone will be a member because of you. And as I always say, you don't get anything with your membership other than access to the Super, which is also a very important thing. So where do we even start? Oh my God, so far back. Really would like it if it there it is. She's like Texas. Thank you so much. Boss Cat. Francis Candy. Dawn Howell. Special Bendy Bros. Aussie Cass. Patricia McElroy. Lola the Good Dog, Connie Lewis, Jason Riles, Christine A1, Honey Bear, oh, Palumi Chudri, Palumi Chudri. We're gonna go with that one. Berkur Vuryer. I think that's from the Faroe Island. Berkur Vuryer. Congratulations. Mandy Betts, Kathy M, Mom to an Angel, Gigi, Brian Junior's Frozen Donuts, Maria HK, Fat, Dumb, and Happy. That's me. Thank you so much. She's like Texas. I think that was all 20 of them. And Zach says, is that ding back I want dinging? Well, some dings are out there. Thank you, Zach.
And it was your testimony that you didn't see any evidence of cast-off, correct?
I did not.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the walls, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the headboard.
Correct.
You didn't see evidence of cast-off on the mattress, did you?
No.
You gave some opinions concerning blood spurting when a person's alive, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that that a mechanically powered saw would, the kinetic energy would cause cast-off?
Well, it's difficult to say. My only experience with hand-powered tools post-mortem involved being present for multiple autopsies at the coroner's office, where they use power tools to cut up an individual's head or do Y incisions. And no, I don't see any blood spatter associated when they do that.
Morgue bodies have been refrigerated, correct?
For a period of time, I guess.
Yes. Oftentimes.
Depending on when the bodies come into the coroner's office.
Correct. They're generally cold, aren't they? They've been sitting there for a while. They're put on
And
ice.
I don't work down there, so I can't.
Well, ma'am, you just gave an opinion
Answer
about
that
cast-off.
fairly.
Just gave an opinion, ma'am, about cast-off electric tools. That's a different set of circumstances than those circumstances that you saw in the photographs that you've been shown, correct?
Well, you asked that if a high-powered tool was used, if I would expect to see cast-off. And I'm not going to say no, but what I'm going to say is based on my experience with powered tools cutting into bodies, I have not seen cast-off or spatter.
And we were addressing your narrow experience in the coroner's office, correct?
I mean, explain narrow.
We're not talking about crime
I
scenes,
don't
are we?
work down there, but I've been present for countless autopsies.
You've never seen a dismemberment of a body, head, arm at a crime scene, have you?
I've seen limbs come off before, but I've never been present for that.
Point time making, cast off, things like that.
Correct.
Fair to say?
I've never been present for a dismembering at scene.
You had given opinions and all. Are these all the exhibits right here?
Bob, the ones I used are right.
Today, these were yesterday's? Okay. All of them. Let's take a look at states. Exhibit 87. Body on the bed.
Correct.
You recall your testimony concerning blood here, blood over here?
Yes.
Appears to be two different spots, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you observed the blood, but you'd agree with me that you can't quantify the amount of blood there.
No.
Are you aware of how much blood is contained within the human body?
Not exactly, and it depends on the body.
Larger, more blood, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you aware of the body that you took photos of, the measurements?
Like how big he was?
Yeah.
We don't do that specifically. The coroner's office would take a weight and height.
Didn't look at a driver's license?
There was no driver's license at the scene.
I told you that person was 6'4". Any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Fairly large body.
Sure.
That brings another point. Yesterday you had testified that you could have moved the body over, correct?
I could have rolled a body.
Have you done that before?
Rolled a body in a bed?
A dead body.
Not a dead body, but actually, I have rolled bodies. I've assisted with the coroner's office when they needed help, so yes.
More than one person because they needed help, correct? It's hard to move a dead body, isn't it?
It's difficult, but it's not impossible for me.
I see. Bigger the body, the harder it is, correct?
Correct.
And this was a big body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, I would say he's average male size,
6'4" is an average male size?
in my opinion.
Wow, okay.
If that's true, then she believes this is 6 inches. 6'4" is not average. I believe the average American is 5'9", 5'10".
You don't know the weight, do you?
No, I don't.
You are familiar with the term dead weight. Oftentimes people refer to that in a social sense, but I mean the scientific sense, dead weight.
Sure.
Body doesn't maintain its center of gravity. It gets real hard to move,
Sure,
correct?
absolutely.
It's like trying to move a big wet bag of cement. It's hard.
Sure.
It looks, at least, on this photo at least, that we had 2 spots perhaps where the body was.
Sure. That, or it could have been something that had blood on it that was placed there.
Okay. We don't know. That's a guess,
We don't.
correct?
Yeah,
So
we
let's
don't
not
know.
guess. Let's not guess, okay? The covers, and there's other covers, but just for the sake of testimony, did you recover those?
No,
You didn't impound those?
we did not recover any of the bedding, no.
You didn't photograph it?
We photographed the bedding.
The sheet, I'm sorry, the blue bedding?
We photographed, everything was laid out and photographed.
In the interest of time. The colors, yeah, it's in that side. Is it in this? Yeah. This is slanted. I brought these things. Thanks, Mike. So there was no analysis performed upon the bed cover?
No. Analysis of what kind?
Cuts?
We did visual observations, but we did not observe any cuts on the bedding or the bed.
Did you take any close-up photographs of the members of the, future members of the jury, law enforcement, defense attorneys? No?
We did overall photos, and if there had been any defects observed, we would have documented those.
No close-ups?
Close-ups of what?
The bedding, where the body's found.
We laid out the bedding, but like a close-up would be something of a specific area or a defect or something like that. So
I mean, you're giving testimony
This is in Nevada.
about a head that you don't know how was cut off, and that somehow that happened there, correct?
correct.
And you didn't keep the bedding, correct?
We didn't feel like the bedding had any evidentiary value to it.
I may approach the witness. Yeah, obviously, you've gone through these crime scene photos. If you could please show us the photograph that you took.
The photograph of what?
Of the bedding that we're discussing. The blue bedding, specifically.
Can you put these in a certain order?
You can just pull them out. Thank you.
All of these contain overalls. Are you specifically referring to the blue comforter?
Yes.
Okay.
Approach the witness.
Sure. Yellow mass.
State's Exhibit 220. It's one of the photographs that you just pulled out, correct?
Yes, correct.
Photograph 221, correct?
Correct.
Photograph 222,
Correct.
photograph 223,
Correct.
photograph 224.
Correct.
No close-ups, correct?
Again, like close-ups of,
The fibers, I mean, to say cuts. I mean, obviously, we now learned that a power saw was
Correct.
used, correct?
correct.
No close-ups of
And again, we visually observed every item on that bed.
With a magnifying
Every
glass?
piece of bedding, the towels, everything, the pillows, everything that was on that bed, and we didn't just observe cuts or defects on any of those items.
So you got a head that's cut off with a saw, and it didn't leave any marks. Power saw. Fair to say?
We did not observe any defects.
It's your opinion that's where the head was cut off.
Correct.
226. Same thing, correct? No defects.
Correct.
In fact, in these photos, we don't see any kind of cast off, even minor cast off, correct?
No. Not in the bedding, no.
Not on the bedding, and that's where the bed was found, or that's where the body was found, correct? That pillow underneath. You've given some testimony about getting massages, correct?
About getting massages? Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
getting correct?
Yes.
Head usually goes on the pillow, correct?
I guess.
Fair to say, I mean, in your experience, since you gave an opinion concerning that, when you're getting a massage, your head's on the pillow, correct?
Well, I mean, most massages, there's really not a pillow. You put your head in a headrest
Well,
on a
you
massage
talked,
table.
and that's the point I'm making. You gave an opinion about a pillow and a massage just a few minutes ago, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would testify that there is a bathroom downstairs.
Yes.
Closest bathroom to the body, correct?
Correct.
Did you take any photographs of the inside of that bathroom?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the inside of the shower?
No, they never ever found the head or the tools used to remove it.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the one I added.
The 168A.
It's somewhere in there. Okay. It's on the list.
Come on.
I don't recall.
They've been admitted. How many photographs of that bathroom downstairs were taken?
I don't recall an exact number.
You arrive on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
You've given testimony concerning things that you documented that you felt were of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you go in, you're taking photographs, but you're not perhaps aware of all the facts and circumstances that may have given rise to the murder charge or the death, correct?
Correct.
So you kind of go in there, you do the best you can, but you may not have all of the evidence or all the necessary facts to make appropriate decisions as to what is of evidentiary value.
We do the best we can with the knowledge that we have at the time, yes.
I don't know. Then it should have been in your house because I didn't hear it.
Yesterday, you gave an opinion concerning a ring, correct?
Not an opinion, I was asked if we located a ring in a trash can, and I said no.
Okay. You didn't inventory what you found and what you didn't find, correct?
In the trash cans?
Yes.
We photoed like the interior of those trash cans, but we didn't write down everything that was located in those trash cans.
And that's been provided? We have all the photographs of all these trash cans and their contents?
I have the photos that I reviewed that I was presented with when I got here.
You were asked several questions on direct. Did you photograph everything of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that when you were there and your team and you're taking photographs, a ring was of no evidentiary value, correct?
If we had found a ring in a trash can, we would have specifically photoed that. That's atypical.
In what sense?
Well, most trash can items would be trash. Like you can see in one of the photos, there's empty water bottles, your typical trash items. I think a piece of jewelry in a trash can would be atypical. We would have documented that.
But that's assuming that it's a piece of jewelry. It's made out of a fine metal, correct?
Again, yeah, I think anything in a jewelry box or ring, something like that, I'm sure we would have documented.
How about a rubber ring? Don't have an opinion, correct?
We didn't locate a rubber ring.
Would you have photographed it?
I'm sure we would have photoed the contents just like we did on the other trash cans that there are photographs of. We photographed the contents inside the trash can.
Exhibit number 68, trash can. It's your testimony that you photographed the contents of exhibit 68.
Can you refresh my memory on what exhibit 68 is?
There's a trash can that you gave testimony. Actually, it wasn't. It was admitted. How many trash cans were in the residence?
There were 2 in the kitchen that we observed.
Okay. Anywhere else? Downstairs?
I'm sure there were, but I didn't make a note of how many trash cans were in the house.
So we have to rely upon the photographs, correct?
Correct.
The blood that was, the drop, there was cone number 1. Do you recall the testimony concerning that?
Well, there was marker A and there was marker B.
The first one, that blood drop.
On the driveway or
Correct.
on
On the driveway.
Okay.
Was that collected for further analysis?
Yes, we collected a sample of that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you read the rest of it?
First, I'd move the admission on 168A. Looks like no one's able to find it, but your exceptional clerk tells me that it is the shower.
This trial is about Devyn Michaels, who was previously in a relationship with Jonathan. Jonathan is found by his mother in her bed, not mother's bed, but Devyn's bed, no head. The state believes that Devyn was the one who removed said head. It has never been found. Other than that, Devyn has a past as an adult actress, and she was also dating Jonathan's son. So yes, it is the full circle corn actress because she was banging the stepson, who we will, I believe, here give testimony today. So looking forward to that because the stepson is the one that the defense is trying to pin it on. She did have a plea deal with the state for 15 years. When she was supposed to sign it, she said, I want to tell my truth, and that's why we're here now. What about the trash can? They just asked if they found anything in the trash cans. That was interesting.
Photo?
168A has been admitted.
Oh, okay.
So it's been admitted.
Just can't find it. All right. All right. Start from the beginning, ma'am. I won't be too long, but I got to go back to a couple. So you're a professional crime scene investigator.
Correct.
I'm not, right?
Correct.
He's not, right?
Correct.
You made some deductions based upon what you observed at the scene.
Correct.
Correct. You're not making deductions based upon speculation of other pieces of evidence that may have been found at other scenes or anything like that.
No.
You're just observing what you're observing, coupled with your experience, and you're making some deductions.
Correct.
One of the things that was brought up was time of death. You would agree with me that it's very difficult to determine a time of death unless someone is killed on camera or something.
I would say so, yes, and
Yeah.
that's outside of our wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's not your world.
Correct.
If there's a medical examiner that may testify later, she might be able to speak better to the timing of death.
Absolutely.
Okay. Understanding you can't really gauge time of death, there are ways to narrow down time of death in the real world, right?
Right.
Like if someone's alive and smiling on a video, you know they're not dead at that point.
Absolutely.
If a mom sees somebody downstairs or hears somebody or whatever, they're not dead at that point, presumably.
Right.
Okay, so there are ways to narrow it that may not deal with your world of just looking at the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. There was a line of questioning about how the murder occurred, cast off, and this mechanically powered saw and all this stuff. So I want to clarify something. I would hope you've never been present for a live person being dismembered.
No, I'm not.
You have been present during autopsies.
Yes.
And autopsies are clearly post-mortem.
Correct.
And you deduced from this scene that this was a post-mortem decapitation.
Yes.
Okay. And so in the autopsy setting, if the coroner, I don't want to get too graphic, but I mean, they use some heavy-duty tools sometimes.
Yes.
And when they're using mechanical or mechanized...
No, the medical examiner is going to be called. This is just a crime scene investigator. This is totally normal. You will normally always end with the medical examiner and the lead investigator.
saws, you're not seeing blood spray,
No.
and spatter or anything like that.
No.
Okay. So that's the decapitation portion.
Right.
Talking about the actual fatal...
Actually, the court is off today. They're not in court today because of Veterans Day. Thank you to all the veterans out there. And she has been instructed in her rights about testifying. So if she's going to testify, we'll find out tomorrow. Well, we will not, but they will find out tomorrow because we will be a day behind again tomorrow. So she might testify.
blow or blows.
Okay.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested...
It depends a lot on what it's to prove. I would say that the most normal way is, for instance, you'll get the medical examiner and the lead detective as one of the two last witnesses in most cases, because especially if you have to prove how they passed away, you'll have the medical examiner as fresh as possible for the jury.
A gun was used.
No.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested an item was used multiple times?
No.
What would you expect to see in a scene if a head blow is done multiple times?
That's where you would see various types of bloodstain pattern.
Okay, and that would be cast off or spatter or
You
whatever.
would see multiple impact patterns, impact bloodstain patterns.
Would you expect to see cast off if there is a single blow?
No.
There was a discussion about John's size, and I don't want to get too morbid, but you can't estimate his height when he's missing his head.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And so you're just deducing based on what you saw of this headless body that a person of your size could flip that person over a couple feet or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of discussion about defects in the bedding, and I want to clarify here. So when you have a large item like a comforter, you're taking you and your team are taking overall documentary photos.
Right,
If you see a defect, especially on a scene where somebody's missing a head, you're going to zoom in and focus on that.
right,
So what your normal process is, you're observing it, you're looking for defects, you don't find it.
right.
If you did find one, that would be like a zoomed in photo, maybe an evidence marker or something like that.
Yes, we would put something indicating that defect and take close-up photos of it.
Now, you weren't there, you don't.
Well, I've only been doing this for 3 years, so it might have changed, but I would say in 80 to 90% of the cases, you will always end with the lead investigator and the ME. Either you will start with the ME or the ME will be the second to last in the cases I've followed. They didn't mention anything specific. They said she went over to the fireplace and got something, either a board or a pole or a candelier, not a chandelier.
Know what happened when he died, right?
No,
There was evidence that the person who did it cleaned up the scene because there's a big glaring thing missing from the scene, right? Actually, a few glaring things.
right,
Weapons and head.
correct.
No telling whether the person who did the cleanup job ditched another piece of bedding that maybe was covering his head when the decapitation, anything like that.
It's possible, yes.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Correct.
Objection, speculation.
You mentioned that there was no ID found
No,
because Mr. Draskowitz asked you about his height and weight and look at his driver's license. You said no.
no,
And that reminded me, I don't know if I asked you. Did you find any car keys in the victim's room?
no,
Any wallet?
no,
And you said already no ID?
no,
Any cell phone?
no.
And then that last line of questioning about the trash cans. All the photos we've seen so far, those are overalls documenting the scene, correct?
Correct.
Then anything that was of evidentiary value, you get closer photos and you take also photos of anything you're taking from the scene or impounding.
Correct.
Fair to say that you and your entire team were fervently looking for the head.
Yes.
Well, what were you thinking as you're going through the scene when you're opening boxes and?
We were opening every bin, drawer, cabinet with a great deal of trepidation that we would find a head somewhere.
Okay, and so when I showed you earlier, I'm not going to pull the photos, but when I showed you the bedroom earlier, downstairs bedroom, there's a couple containers and stuff.
Yes.
All of that is thoroughly searched
Extensively searched.
because there's glaring things missing from your
Correct.
scene. Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll pass the witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Director?
Yes, thank you. Based upon those questions, primary focus, you're looking for a head, weapons, correct?
Correct.
If there'd been any defects to the bedding, to the sheet, to the mattress, to the pillow, you would have photographed it.
We would have photographed it and we probably would have taken it.
Thank you. No further questions.
They checked everywhere,
Any
yes.
follow-up? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused.
Your full name and then spell it for the record. My name is Nicholas Kappas, N-I-C-K.
Check those cheekbones. Even the men in this case looks like models. I doubt Baker said it today, but thanks to Danny and Jess, I bet Sue agree and was there in spirit for bringing this case to Grandpa. I've said thank you yesterday, and to blame the kid if it wasn't a good case, Big Dog. I have no problem thanking people. Well, a problem thanking Sue because she's just so mean. But I think my mods all the time. I have great mods. Mm. There is a lot of head in this case.
LES, last name Pappas, P-A-P-A-C-S.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
And which unit are you currently assigned?
I'm currently assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Unit, also known as our Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with that unit?
A little I was.
Were you called while on duty?
I was actually off duty that day.
Why were you called in off duty?
Generally, given the size of our unit, anytime that we have an incident such as that, they need additional resources, so the people typically off duty will also get called.
Okay, and so on this particular day you're off, you get called in, and around what time do you respond to the scene, if you
I
remember?
believe I responded at 10:36 that morning.
And was the scene at Haladura?
It was.
Located.
And thank you, Janelle, for being a member for 2 months. That doesn't show up in my stream, but thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. No message attached.
Within Clark County, Nevada?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me show you a few exhibits. 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Do those all look generally familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
And are those all fair and accurate depictions of aerial maps of a couple of different scenes you responded to in this particular case, being the Haladura scene and Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Move to the admission of those?
No objection.
Okay, those are the minute.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Exhibit 9. Detective, is this the actual homicide scene that you respond to on Haladura?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Represented by a little red flag?
Yes, sir.
When you respond to the scene, Detective, what is going on at the scene?
Well, it was an active crime scene. Obviously, I was not one of the first detectives to arrive, so I was a little behind everybody else.
Okay. Had the main, or I guess lead homicide detectives already arrived?
I believe so.
And who would that be in this case?
Detective Dennis Lozada was primary in this case.
Okay. Primary meaning he's kind of responsible for delegating duties and such?
That is correct.
But you have a role in this as well?
Yes.
You worked in a support role, essentially?
Yes.
What is it that you first do when you arrive on this particular scene?
So when I originally got called out to this, like I said, I was a little bit behind, so we were in charge of actually canvassing for video surveillance originally.
I'm going to show you states 11A. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this that same Haladura neighborhood with a bunch of yellow tags on it?
Yes, it is.
Do you know if this represents the video canvas that was done by your team?
I believe so, yes.
And can you direct the jury to the area where you were responsible for?
So originally I was in charge of the Carolina Laurel area.
Okay.
Which looks like it's going to be perpendicular to Haladura.
Yeah, and let me go back to 9. Carolina Laurel, is that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is perpendicular to the Haladura entrance. Tell us generally what a canvas entails.
Typically with the canvas, we will walk the locations in the surrounding area looking for video cameras, surveillance, rain cameras on the, next to the doors and everything. Anything that would signify that they possibly have video surveillance.
Okay. While you're doing your particular canvas of Carolina Laurel, are you called away to do something else?
I made contact with a couple people on Carolina Laurel.
Oh, okay. You make contact with people. Do you remember if you yourself impounded any video from Carolina Laurel?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you learn of any surveillance on Carolina Laurel?
I believe that there was no surveillance available.
Okay. At some point in time after your canvas, are you called away to do something else?
Yes.
What is that?
I did conduct an interview after the canvas.
With?
That would have been Devyn Michaels.
Okay. So let's not get there just yet.
Okay.
At some point in time, do you make contact with a homeowner that provides a phone number for who ultimately you identify as Devyn Michaels?
That is correct.
Was there another name used, or
David Dent, I believe, was the person.
no? I mean the other name.
Oh, as far as Nikki.
Okay. Was there initially some confusion as to who Nikki was?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit.
There were multiple names being used. Nikki was one of the names that we learned of, and we didn't know exactly what association there was with the decedent. So that was a little bit of a navigation as far as getting through that.
Ultimately, do you receive a phone number for Nikki of 702-677-4340?
44 is 30, I believe, yes.
Oh, 4430? Okay. And do you remember contacting that number?
I did.
Did you make contact with someone who identified themselves as Nikki?
I don't remember if it was Nikki or if it was Devin that identified on the phone.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you tell that person to come back to the scene?
Yeah, yes, I request.
Request that person to come back to the scene. And that person does arrive?
Yes.
Do you see that person in court here today?
I did.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
She's sitting across over here, looks like wearing a purple blouse, and I can't see the actual pants.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Record so reflects.
Thank you. You indicated earlier that you conduct an interview with the defendant.
I did.
Was that interview audio recorded?
It was.
Was that done in anyone else's presence?
It was.
Sorry.
No, her hair looked like it's caked on. It looks very unkempt. While that's playing, I'm gonna go put on some socks. It's I have cold feet today. I don't know why. I normally don't wear socks.
Who else was present for that interview?
Detective Dennis Lozawa was present for that.
Okay. I want to ask you, just generally while we get it booted up, I apologize. At the time you interview the defendant, are you treating her as a suspect, a witness, an unknown? Like, how are you approaching this?
It was an unknown at that point because we really had no idea what was going on.
Okay. Did you have some preliminary information from a woman by the name of Yoko?
I believe so.
Okay. But is this more of like an information gathering, not like an interrogation of a suspect?
That is correct.
Tell us generally what's the difference between an information gathering and like a full-on interrogation.
I'd say like in an information gathering type interview, we are literally trying to solicit information as far as what's going on because we don't have all the details. I would say an interrogation would be more directed as far as the direct line of questioning, possibly treating them as a suspect.
Okay, so at this point you're just looking for answers and anything you can get at that point. Okay. May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for the admission of 618.
I'm sorry?
I would move for the admission of 618.
Are there any objection to 618?
No objection.
Okay, that would be admitted?
May we publish?
Yes.
And this was an audio recorded interview?
Yes.
3-1. Also, everything you do is my partner, Detective Mathis, number 1505, and we're here speaking with Mr. Kenneth. Devyn Michaels. And we are here in reference to GR 23-15229. We're in my detective vehicle parked near 2690 Holiday Grove Garage. So, yeah, I don't know if this is a vehicle already told me that Jonathan was found deceased this morning. Okay, so
Detective, we're going to pause that 46 seconds in. Judge, we have a bit of an echo going. May I inquire if the jury can actually hear what's being said? Are there any issues? Okay. Thank you.
As well as, please remember, ladies and gentlemen, you will have this recording with you because it's been admitted into evidence, so you will have it for your review during the deliberation.
we don't know what happened to him. That's why we want to talk to you. See, I know you were here last night. You guys are like trying to move out of the house and move back to your place across town. Yeah. So if you guys go over the last time you saw him yesterday, your guys' conversation, anything that you think is important for us to know. As of right now, like I said, we don't know anything. You know, we just need to find out and start putting things together to figure out what happened.
We spent the whole day together yesterday. We did the girls' school shopping, clothes, supplies. We loaded up the truck and we took it to my house. Unloaded it, came back here, was loading more things up. Like I said, we just unloaded things. We ate, drank a little bit, smoked a little bit, but that was it. Like, nothing abnormal.
Okay. What time were you guys here last night?
Often on different times. I know, like, we left like at 9, I think. Got back, I think, at 10. And then I know I left, but I'm not sure what time. I was talking to Yoko, so she would have an idea of what time I left.
So last time you talked to Yoko was that after you talked to Yoko last night was when you left, or after that?
Shortly after that, yeah.
Okay.
Because she was cleaning up and I was cleaning, like, the bottles and stuff like that up.
Okay. And who was home at that time?
John, myself, Yoko, and Yoshida.
Okay. And then last night when you talked to Yoko, you don't remember what time that was last night, or was it this morning?
It was like midnight, 1 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Do you remember your conversation with her?
Yes.
What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about John owing her money, and she said he owes her like $200. We were talking about Andrea coming back. I know John's trying to get out before Andrea came back. And I left the keys for her for Andrea.
When was she supposed to come?
We don't know. John said it was going to be any day because she has to pick up the car before the 16th. So we know she's like supposed to be soon.
Soon, meaning within you're saying now on the 16th?
Yes, sir.
So we don't know if she was coming today, nothing like that.
He just didn't want to be here when she got back. So we were kind of rushing to get everything moved. The majority of his stuff is at my house right now.
Okay. And then you guys are moving stuff back and forth yesterday. To your place. What's your address?
5510 Porcupine Road.
5510. How do you spell that?
Porcupine, Porcupine, Rim, RIM.
And is that in Vegas?
Yes,
You know the zip?
89130.
I just want to get your first name.
DEBYN.
Last name.
Michaels.
And your date of birth?
4/28/78.
65.
702-677-4430.
Okay. So you're moving stuff back and forth to
No, they're not allowed to know that.
this house at 510 Rand.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, I think you came back here around maybe 10 o'clock-ish. Did you guys pack up more stuff?
Yeah, I put more stuff in my truck, and then I went and grabbed my daughter's prescription, and I went home.
Okay. But you said that John was drinking when you guys got back the last time?
Yes.
So, I guess when you got back, kind of explain what happens from there. So,
He started drinking, and he started smoking. He smoked cigarettes and weed, and he was in the garage. Yoko came down. They were kind of having an issue. She went back upstairs, and then she came back down later. That's when I was talking to her.
and then he fell asleep.
No, he was in the garage when I left.
He was okay, because you always told us that you told her that he was asleep. And,
No, I said I told him to sleep it off instead of trying to drive last night.
so when you left, he was still awake.
Yes,
And then working. And what was he doing in the garage?
smoking.
Smoking what?
Weed.
Yeah. And no one's in trouble for smoking weed or doing any bad drugs right now. We're worried about trying to figure out what happened to Jonathan. Okay, so don't leave anything out just because you think it might get someone in trouble. Okay.
It was just me.
Okay. Does he do anything else? You know.
No, sir. I know he smokes cigarettes and weed. I know he has drinking. He was drinking Jameson last night. I was cleaning everything up before I left.
So he's in the garage.
They took the captions off. There's no captions. I have it turned back on, so if it pops, it pops.
Say he's smoking, and then you finish packing up your stuff, and then you take off.
Yeah.
That's the last time. You guys text each other or call each other?
I've been texting him all morning because today was the first day of school, and he was supposed to come down to help me with the grocery register.
When was the last time you talked to him last night over the phone? Like text or call?
No, last time I talked to him was face-to-face.
Okay, so you didn't text him when you got back to your place saying, hey, he didn't try texting you?
I texted him, you can help me from workers. I texted him. Hey, this was 4 this morning when I was up trying to get the stuff for the girls ready for school. And I was saying, like, I can't find anything. And then I've just been calling and texting and I haven't heard anything.
Okay. So, do you know, like, what he does for work?
He's a handyman, so he does odd jobs here and there.
Like side jobs?
Yeah.
People just call him, and they'll just do things like, Mom said something about like the moving and stuff. Does he move people too? So he just does any kind of odd end jobs. How long has he been doing that for?
A few years.
Does he have a lot of clientele, or is it just like word of mouth?
I think it's more word of mouth. I don't know his clientele. He says he puts ads up on Facebook, and he tries to drive his trailer around a lot. Like yesterday when we went shopping, I wanted to go with my car, but he wanted to use the trailer for advertising. So that's...
Do you know when last time he had a gig or job?
Friday. He did something on Friday. I don't know. He was moving somebody's stuff.
That's the last job that you know that he's done?
Yes, sir. He texted me for it. I don't know who it was for, but he told me how much he made and everything.
Okay.
But I don't know any of his friends. He talks about someone he works with named Andrew. I know David, that's the neighbor we've gone to his house. but I don't know who he works with. I don't know. I just don't know anybody of that nature. I know names.
Anybody that comes to mind where he was talking about, I owe this person some money, or hey, just be on the lookout, this guy's looking for me type of thing?
No, sir, people owe him money. Like he said, this guy, this one right here owed him money. So.
Did he own any weapons, handguns?
Yes, but they're at my house now. We took them over last night. We didn't bring ammunition though, like, because there's no safe at my home for them. So we intentionally left the ammunition here.
Back over here.
Yes, sir.
And then,
So detective, so far you've learned a few things from Miss Michaels.
Pixie ask, are you joining Ronkel's 24-hour stream? That's been that's when I found you, 1 year of Baker anniversary. If Ronkel wants me, needs me, and invites me, I would be more than happy to. But everyone remember, this Saturday, the 15th, is when Ian Ronkel will do his yearly 24-hour stream to try and beat his old goal, not old goal, old maximum amount he raised last year for a children's hospital in Canada. So remember this Saturday, and I am more than happy, willing, and able if he wants me.
She indicated that John was alive.
Well, I wrote him back when a couple of weeks ago to ask about, because I said I was going to promote his charity. But if he invites me, I'll be there with bells on. Maybe not bells, but something else. Underwear.
And fine when she left, correct?
Correct.
She claimed that John had some guns, but they'd been moved to her home, correct?
Correct.
She claimed she did not have a safe at her home, correct?
Correct.
We're going to resume.
the girl is supposed to pick up this car over here.
His ex-fiance.
They were supposed to get married?
Yes, sir.
When did they break up?
They broke up, I want to say May.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why they broke up?
She was trying to get back with me, and she moved all of her stuff out. She tried to come back. It just, from what he said, he'd rather try to make it work with me versus being with her.
What's your reaction to that? As far as
He says that she's been trying to text him and he hasn't been answering. So.
are you showing up? Were you working or at home?
She did show up one time, like out of the blue, because I came here to take the girls to school, and she was here, and we did not expect it. But that blue car, she's supposed to be driving back to wherever she's at. But I don't know. I think it's Utah, but he said she's coming because it has something about the 16 on it, like the tax or something. And Yoko, I left the keys for Yoko just in case she did, and someone will stand for her. So.
Did you mention earlier, like we were first off with bowling, you guys were trying to avoid her, because as far as her not know her or her showing up, is that like a constant problem with her?
I wouldn't say a problem, but he didn't want to keep dealing with her. He said, like, his ring, we actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done, he's 100% done, and he wants to have a family with the girls and everything, but we're not driving back and forth.
Yeah.
We brought as much as we could to the house last night. Literally, we were doing this last night to get her out of the house.
Have you seen any text messages she sent him or anything?
No, sir. He just said that he was done, and I just kind of took him at his word.
And she wasn't willing to do that?
I don't know if that was the case. I think
She was
because her situation wasn't working out. And she left with some other guy, and it wasn't working out, based on what he was telling me. And he kept saying that she was reaching out to him, and then I think some girl named Melissa started reaching back out to him. Yes, sir. And he said she reached out to him on Facebook.
What's Jonathan's phone?
That Gogo that was talking to you in the first breath?
Yes, sir, that's his mom.
Okay.
Yeah, I was sitting there talking, 702-561-9242. Yeah, I've been trying to reach him, but I just thought his phone was off again, because that's normally what happens when I can't find him. Like from non-payment.
Yeah.
So there's nobody that he's mentioned that has issues with him that you can think other than Andrea, who they had a breakup. They're supposed to get married.
No, I'm trying to listen because there's that hiss, so I'm concentrator. Hey, Karen Cole, how are you doing today? It's just a lot of wind, so I'm trying to concentrate, and then I get into my resting bitch face, and my resting bitch face is. So I'm not mad. Thank you so much, Sasmas.
But then they decided to try to work it out with you. You said that she left with another guy, so it doesn't sound like she was too upset.
No, he was saying that it wasn't working out where she was at, and she was trying to come back. Yes, sir. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't know if he was saying that just to kind of make me want him more, or what the situation is, but that is what he was saying.
And then what about Anthea? She's the mother of Devyn.
Yes, sir. No, she lives in California.
Does he talk to her at all? Something like that.
Yes, sir.
When did you guys start talking back?
We started talking more, I would say, at the beginning of this year, because I was coming down here to take the girls to school and things like that, and he was already saying Andrea was kind of on her way out, so.
Okay. So the girls were living over here with Yoko and Johnson. Okay. When did they move back in with you?
The day school got out.
So around May.
26th, 22nd.
So they moved back in with you, and you guys are starting to work things out at that point. And then you guys have been off and on since when?
No, we're not off and on. We're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that. We're just trying to, because the girls really want us with one house, yeah. And it saves on gas, so we were trying to make that.
Do you have a boyfriend or anything right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so honestly, I was not told that information. I thought you
I'm
guys...
married, but, okay.
We were told that you guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family.
Oh, okay.
For the girls.
So, who were you married to?
I'm married to Devyn.
The son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So Devyn, his son, and you are now married. How many people there?
Almost 2 years. And yeah, John knows.
So it wasn't like you guys trying to get back together, like you said, intimately. He's just gonna move back in.
Oh, a sleigh. No, I didn't get him a sleigh. I got him as something for the sandbox. He's not really sleigh ready yet.
you
Yeah.
to be with the girls.
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason for that? Just for the girls, or was there other?
It would benefit everyone. He was having issues here. Yoga was trying to revive him out, and I know he needed advice.
Devyn was good with having Dad come back, even though
I wouldn't say good, but he understood. It wasn't his first choice for everything.
And then how you spell Devyn?
D-E-V-I-E-R-E.
D-E-V-I-E-R-E.
Yes.
Given that 2 years.
Almost 2 years. Yes, sir.
Has there been any issues with Devyn and Jonathan?
Yes, sir. Like, they don't work together anymore, but they're not really.
Did he used to work as like a handyman and stuff with them? What does Devyn do now?
Installations for like security systems and stuff.
Like cameras and things like that?
Just taking the cameras down.
Who did?
An hour and 45.
We had just taking the cameras down. They're at my house.
The ones they were working cameras on the
Yes, sir.
house. When did those go down?
Last night, we just brought them over.
Or you just took them off last night?
Yes, sir.
There's no cameras left on there at all. And then how many dogs are in the house right now that you know of?
4.
And then are they typically, where do they usually stay?
Here.
I mean, like in the house, like where, or
Downstairs
outside?
in John's room.
So they just all hang out downstairs in that. Is that considered a room? Like you walk down and there,
That's where he sleeps.
that's where he stays?
Yeah.
And they usually just stay all in there. Does he walk outside at all ever? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, he puts them outside. There's a patio door thing. So, yeah.
Oh, that doggy door?
Yes, sir.
This is the first interview. This is when he calls her the day off. So it's not going to be a full investigation. That'll come later, and that's where she is going to admit she did it.
Does that ever get locked, or he just leaves them outside?
No, it gets lost sometimes. Like when he's trying to eat and he doesn't want them.
Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see. You know, you're married for 2 years. He's just, John was just going, moving back in with you guys. The girls, trying to keep the family together, and it was beneficial for everybody. You're saying because the driving and things like that, or
Not
saving
the
on?
driving. It was just the girls really want us together. And I know it's kind of complicated for them to understand that I'm married to Devyn, so we were bringing John into the house just to kind of keep things. I know it sounds weird, but
Economics.
Do you have any kids with Devyn?
no, sir, I can't have any more children.
You're all having kids.
You can Google her yourself. I can't show you, but she looked way better back then.
I mean, I don't know who you could talk to. The neighbor, David. I know John was supposed to go over there last night. He was doing like a crowd plate thing.
Like some kind of seafood boil
Party,
or something.
yeah.
And then, did Jonathan have any workers that he had?
Oh, yeah.
Like any normal, like day to day, or was it always something different?
He had a few that were pretty routine.
You know their names?
I just know Andrew. I think the neighbor on the other house to that way worked with them sometimes.
You know his name, by chance?
I want to say his name is David.
David?
Yeah, not this guy, but David.
You know Andrew's last name? you? No chance. Would Debbie ever know who Andrew is? Would they work together?
I don't know. Because like when John texts me, it's usually, hey, I got this job, this, and this. So I have those. But they don't really have names on them or anything like that.
When John goes to bed, is there like normal clothing that he wears, like pajamas?
Yes, it is her talking on
Like,
the
when you sleep,
video.
there's just like shorts on, no shirt, or just like an underwear, boxers.
The last time John and I shared a room, my daughter was 3 days old, my oldest daughter. So he used to wear boxers to bed.
And that's it.
Yes, sir.
So that sucks. I know it was a long time ago, but sometimes habits don't change, you know.
I know he used to wear boxers. I don't really.
That's all I need. Just get the boxers, no shirt. That's it.
Yes, sir. When I left, he was wearing boxers. He had on, I want to say like black boxers on.
Okay.
Boxer briefs.
Does John have any tattoos?
Yes.
Do you know where and what?
On his arm, I don't know which one is which, but it says Oriental John.
And then anywhere else? Do you know?
Did you hear that, Sue? Oriental John.
Left arm?
One on each arm. I don't know
Like
which one.
Oriental John.
Yeah. But he's had those as long as I've known him.
So you guys been moving his stuff out of here, or was it the girl stuff?
Oh, we brought all the girls' clothes and like the majority of his stuff last night.
And how long have you guys been moving stuff out of the house?
Last night.
That's it?
Yes, sir. He loaded everything up that he could and we just brought it over. Like, he made it as quick as possible.
When you're saying Debbie was good with this arrangement,
He was okay with it. I wouldn't say good is not his first option, but he understood.
you're saying he understood that it benefited everybody.
Yeah, it wasn't like there was a lot of animosity about it.
And
The biggest problem was the dogs.
when you guys were starting to talk to each other again, you and John, you say you haven't been into it together since for how long?
2018.
Do you know anybody else that he might have been dating, or Andrea?
Everybody. He was dating Sarah, Andrea, Michelle.
I can't get one girlfriend, but this guy who doesn't have a steady job is banging half of Las Vegas. Ladies, come on now. That's just not fair.
He was just like, when we separated, he was just
Just going on dates like crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know how many. He said he had 5 girlfriends at one time.
As far as you know, he wasn't selling like anything illegal right now.
No, his hustle was he would go to the Goodwill, buy things, and then try to resell them.
Off-road or something like that.
Yeah, that's why, like, if you look in the backyard, there's a ton of bikes.
So he just buys stuff.
He would get, like, turf and just random things from his jobs, and then try to resell them. Like, it seemed like he was trying to do better than what he had been doing in previous years.
Were you guys hanging out at all?
Hey, if they want it, I can be a bad guy as well. I can treat them as crap. I think she has mental issues. That's her problem. If you go watch the video where she retracts her confession, she looks very mentally ill. It's just what I would say. I don't think she's all there. But I don't think you're thinking outside the box. Well, maybe it's because I think too much about the box.
I know you were all day yesterday, but prior to that, was like a regular thing you guys would hang out, or?
We actually were here a couple of times this week, me and the girls.
Okay.
We had dinner and everything like that. I know we were here on the 4th, because we went over to David's house. I think we were here like a week after that, so it was just whenever.
Did they here come with you guys?
No, it was me, John, and the girls. We were trying to build that together.
And then for, Yoko is dead here apparently too, right?
Yes.
The reason why he would want to come over?
No.
He just left it with you guys? Any additional questions? Does that practice? Okay. Well, we have your phone number, so if there's anything extra that we need to talk to you about, we'll give you a phone, okay? Only thing I said, she's 43 and that's it.
Shall I keep going?
Okay, counsel approach. Email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or any other.
I'm just trying to see while they are going on their break, if I can find that video, because she looks mentally unwell in that video. Now it's all the new videos, of course. I want to show it from the old one because she looks. Can I search? Can I find it? Can I find it? I can find it. That's this one. It's a short, which I hate to share, but we'll do this. Maybe we can hear it. Is it unmuted?
All right.
It's just, this wouldn't be appropriate.
I completely understand.
Let's go to trial.
Mr. Giordani. All right. Ms. Michaels, you understand Mr. Giordani says that he's willing to let you out of your plea and he's willing to try this case. And you understand that he's willing to try this case on an open murder. So a jury can convict you of a first-degree murder. Do you understand that? Or do you want to talk to Mr. Patrick about it?
I don't want to talk to Mr. Patrick. He didn't listen to anything I said.
Miss Michaels, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you and answer my question.
Yes.
Do you want to withdraw your plea and go to trial?
Yes, please.
All right. This plea is going to be withdrawn. Mr. Patrick, I need you to have some discussions with your client about...
Your Honor, I move to withdraw at this time. This case needs to go back to the appointed counsel.
Miss Michaels, hold on just one second. Miss Michaels, you need to conduct yourself like this is a courtroom. If you cannot do that, then they're going to...
I don't know how to fix this.
All right.
It's just...
This is her when they are discussing the plea agreement. I wish I could find the full video because she's clearly not mentally all there. Yeah, let's just do that. And hey, Miss Jessica, Thank you for your service, and I have promoted your your appearance tonight and Justice Served TV, where you will be talking about your knowledge of the farewells, or at least one of them, which is going to be interesting, and everyone should, of course, watch it tonight, 6 p.m., where Miss Jessica will talk about how she got Bin Laden or something similar. Let's turn on some. Let's just see this one.
No matter what I say at this moment, I know right now no one in the family is going to believe me. I know right now no one in the family feels that I'm innocent at any point, and I understand that.
This was supposed to be a sentencing hearing that quickly went off the rails.
The way that they manipulated and altered and deleted things is wrong. They should not be able to do it, and they have. And for you to be able to look me in the eye knowing that the things are altered.
Oh, that's not the right one. No, it's not him.
Ms. Michaels, you are not to address the state. You are to address me. You are. You're addressing Mr. Giordano. You are going to address me. What do you want me to say? What do you want to say to me?
So why is the Las Vegas mom pleading with the judge and the prosecutors after getting a plea layer? Devyn Michaels initially emotional during and called police's head with look knife appeared his eyes since the vegan John one par cattle at regulating to be sentenced until that didn't happen.
As you know, the defendant not only murdered her ex, but then desecrated his body by decapitating him and putting chemicals on his body, causing it to burn. The defendant admitted to the fatal blow. She never admitted to the decapitation portion, but the evidence was overwhelming that it was obviously her who did it. Another haunting fact, and something that should be concerning, which supports the life tale, is that the defendant had a corollary child abuse case that pre-existed this. We reviewed, Ms. Griffith and I reviewed the minutes in that case, and it appears that 2 days after she murdered and decapitated her ex, she appeared in court in front of another judge in this courthouse and made representations that she was staying out of trouble, and obviously had that on her conscience at the time, walked right back out of the courthouse, and then ultimately was developed as our suspect and arrested. We take this case very seriously, obviously the family does as well. We believe the sentence reflects the gravity of the crime, so we will submit it. We do have some updates on CTS, which was wrong in the PSI.
Correct. I calculated the credit at 455 days as of today.
Okay, that sounds correct.
Because I calculated it in regards to she was on probation when this offense occurred. She then got that sentence imposed. She was released on that sentence, so she started accumulating the credit on that day, and I have it at 455 days as of today.
Yes, and we also...
Ms. Michaels, what, if anything, would you like to say before I pronounce sentence against you?
There's something I want to say. Jonathan was very special for me, and I know no matter what I say at this moment, I know right now no one in the family is going to believe me. I know right now no one in the family feels that I'm innocent at any point, and I understand that, but I can actually prove my innocence. I actually can, and I'm not going to stop fighting to prove my innocence. I have more than enough, and Jonathan deserves to have the actual person who's guilty behind bars. I was helping Jonathan. I can show that I was trying to help him, and this I know is hurting the family, and I can see it in your faces, and I know your hearts are angry, and they should be, and I'm angry for you. This is not fair to you. This has been dragging out for almost 2 years. It's not fair to you. And it's not fair to his children. Any of them. And it's not right. It really isn't. It's not. I've seen so much that it's just terrible. The way that they manipulated and altered and deleted things is wrong. They should not be able to do it, and they have. And for you to be able to look me in the eye knowing that the things are altered and...
You pled guilty, ma'am.
Ms. Michaels, you are not to address the state. You are to address me. You are. You're addressing Mr. Giordano. You are going to address me. What do you want me to say? What do you want to say to me?
My apologies. I wasn't trying to address the state directly. It's just... I was told... I was just told one thing after another, and I truly
Dwayne, Dwayne, it's something like that.
believed that we were going to do the right thing, and it just didn't happen. I am so sorry for all of this, but I am so sorry. But I didn't do this, and I didn't know this would end up like this. I really didn't. And I will forever apologize to the family.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to fix any of this anymore. I don't. I keep listening to what everyone tells me is the best thing to do. Just do this and it'll work out this way, and follow this advice and we'll do this. And I keep listening to the people because they keep saying this is the best advice. It doesn't turn out the way they tell me it will. And it just gets worse and worse. And I don't know what to do anymore.
Judge, I'm not comfortable with this record. I'm willing to let her out of her plea if the court is inclined.
I don't know how to fix this.
All right.
It's just, this wouldn't be appropriate.
I completely understand.
Let's go to trial.
Mr. Giordani. All right. Ms. Michaels, you understand, Mr. Giordani?
So this was her when they were at sentencing hearing, where she has pled guilty, and all of a sudden she changes her mind and wants off the hook. And when I see her, I don't see as much I was framed as I see mental illness. That's how I see it. I'm not a professional. I'm just seeing a lady who is not realizing anything going on around her, and who I really don't know what's going on with this lady. And I would have to Google it to find out if she have had a mental health evaluation, because I believe she had, but I'm not 100% sure. But as I see her in that courtroom, I see her as someone who has severe mental illness. But I'm not a professional, so I can't say anything. Zach, that's just because you make them crazy. She was offered 15 years in prison. I don't think she's mentally ill. I think she was having the start of a panic attack. It could also be. Could also be. Yes. I'm pretty sure I couldn't fix her. No one likes me enough that they want to date me. So, been in prison the whole time. Apparently, she had been out on some kind of bond and started racking up some, but I don't know how long. Where has everyone been this morning after me even hit the like, and I will put PP in your Coke. Don't put PP in anyone's Coke. That's nasty. She got caught in lies and couldn't get her way out. Well, she claims she has evidence that she was set up. So let's see what that evidence is. We're going to finish this guy. He's going to be there for a little while longer. And then it's going to be roughly 2 hours of derriere on the stand. Is she sending me butt pics? I have received no butt pics for my new Smack 'em line.
To clarify the earlier record, the one I was representing was 168A, is actually the backyard photo, and we would move to admit, actually that one is admitted, 168A for the record.
Okay.
291A. Oh, actually, for this witness, we showed defense counsel following exhibits. I'll give you this: 239, 243, 265 through 268, 291A, 339, 344 through 352, 360 through 361, 363 through 368,
Yeah.
373
You're talking
through
about what?
389, 394, and 436.
Okay, and are those going to be stipulated, or are you?
We will stipulate the admission of those exhibits.
Okay, those will be amended pursuant to stipulation. Anything else outside the presence?
That's it.
I don't believe so.
Nope, that covers it.
Okay. And, Deputy, you're still under oath. Statement.
Michaels on the Paladura home yet?
Not yet.
Hearing that request.
I don't see mental illness. She appears to be oriented to where she was and what she was doing in court, and was easily redirected by the judge. That looked like realization of consequences. I could be reading it all wrong. There is a reason why I have no girlfriends, because I can't pick up signals from women.
Recording of the first interview conducted with the defendant, Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
If you recall, when that interview was conducted, had you and your team executed the search warrant on the Paladura home yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So did you have a general understanding of what you had in your scene?
Not that we know.
Okay. Did you know there was at least a decapitation?
Yes.
Okay. But anything else is kind of follows the interview?
Yes.
You then enter after a search warrant is authorized by a judge?
Yes.
And do you go into the scene itself?
I do.
Do you stay downstairs, upstairs, or go through the whole thing?
I was in charge of searching a few different locations. One was the upstairs master bedroom.
There have been, and the CC is still effed up. There has been no mention of anything other than heavy drinking.
One was the kitchen. Another was that kind of middle room, dining room area, as well as like a converted living room section that was more of a bedroom.
And is the converted room where John's body was found?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start with upstairs. Was there anything of evidentiary value found upstairs?
No.
Anything of potential evidentiary value found in the kitchen area?
No.
Anything found in that level where the kitchen is? Like, and then let's focus in on the converted room, John's room, I'm going to call it. When you went into John's room, did you get an overall perspective of the scene?
I did.
Did you go kind of look around and search different various items?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the body itself?
I did.
And what were those?
That the body was laying, across the bed with obviously decapitated.
Did you notice a substantial amount of blood under his head? Or where his head should be, I'm sorry?
There was blood on the mattress, I believe, as well as on the floor.
Okay. Did you observe any blood on the ceiling, on the walls, or anything like that?
I did not notice anything else there, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been in homicide about 2 years now, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you responded to violent scenes before, even if you weren't on homicide?
Of course.
What types of scenes?
I spent close to 9 years in canines, so we went to a lot of different violent calls, obviously looking for suspects that had fled, obviously in patrol work and things of that nature. I was also an officer in charge for a while, so obviously responding to like your typical patrol calls, violent crime scenes, suicides, anything of that nature.
Okay.
Sub Rosa is asking, Baker, will you be my boyfriend? I thought you were saying you were married. But hey, it depends on where you're living in the Americas, because there are certain places I won't go even for a green card. But I might take you to prom.
Did you make any general observations about the blood situation in this particular scene?
Yeah, it looked a bit localized around the actual body.
What do you mean by localized?
As far as like
well, it's not recommended.
Mattress,
Let's look at
as
this
well as
case.
underneath, but nothing like you mentioned as far
It's the
as
wrong
like
kind of
the
head to
ceiling
get
or
out of
anything
it.
like that.
Just so I can clarify, did you observe any blood staining or patterning or dragging or anything other than in that small area around the bed?
I did not.
Anywhere near the front door, the garage, the back door, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you observe any of the victim's personal belongings?
Oh, it's Euro. Oh, so she's in Europe somewhere. Oh my. Things could happen.
as his wallet, his truck keys, his phone, or his social security card within the scene?
I did not locate those items, no.
Did you observe any weapons that could have been used to do this crime?
Obviously, there's any kitchen knives and things of that nature, but nothing that was obvious.
Yeah. Nothing in the room?
Not that I located,
No kitchen knives in the room?
Not that I recall, no.
You're referring to the kitchen knives in the kitchen?
Yes, correct.
Any of those, did those have any apparent blood on them or look to be
No.
dirty?
Yes.
When, at some point in the investigation, do you get called out to execute a search warrant at a different residence?
I did.
Where was that?
That was going to be at, I believe it was 5510 Porcupine Road.
Showing you what's been admitted as 8. Do you recognize this generally?
Yes.
And what does this appear to be?
That looks like, obviously at the top is going to be 5510 Porcupine Rim Street. And then down at the bottom appears to be the Paula Door address in the city.
Okay. And the information on the left, does that look like just a general Google mapping?
Yes.
And it appears here that there are a couple different routes you can take, but overall it's about 32 to 36 minutes between the two via a vehicle.
Yeah, it looks like that appears to be what the route says.
And this particular route that's highlighted, it says 25.8 miles. Is that fair?
Yes.
If you can see that. And this Paladura scene within your jurisdiction in Henderson?
Yes.
Porcupine Rim scene is within Metro's jurisdiction, but as a result of you investigating a Henderson homicide, you go into that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Is that common for agencies to overlap during
Absolutely.
investigations?
I don't want to go to Florida.
When was it that you responded to this Porcupine Rim scene, if you can recall?
I believe that was later in the evening on the 7th.
So we're still on the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
States 239, already admitted. Is this the Porcupine Rim address?
That appears to be so, yes.
And there's two very apparent vehicles, but then there's one kind of tucked behind the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you present for the searching of any of that?
For the overall residence, yes.
Okay. Were you present for the searching of the vehicles, or?
I believe the other detectives in our unit were actually searching those specific vehicles.
Okay. And you obviously are working in tandem with other detectives and crime scene investigators as well.
That's correct.
So I pulled a few photos. We'll have a crime scene investigator talk about the scene later, but I want to direct you to a few things. States 265, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That appears to be the front entry room inside the residence.
Okay. Fair to say there's a shoe rack on the right side here?
Correct.
And did you find any shoes that were black and white Nikes with a white Nike swoosh across the outside?
I did not locate any.
Okay. Showing you states 268. Is this the same room?
Yes.
Do you see these samurai swords here?
I do.
Were those of something of interest that you guys were interested in?
Yes.
And did you observe those?
I do not recall actually pulling them out personally, but I did observe them in the room.
Okay. Did somebody pull them out and check if there was blood on them?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. But you wouldn't know that? You don't recall?
I did not personally do that.
Okay. 267. I can't remember why I put this up. Do you see anything of evidentiary value found in this one?
No.
Okay. 291A.
Yeah.
Did you participate in any of the upstairs searching?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you recall ever having found you or anyone on your team
She's Canadian.
black and white female-sized Nike shoes with a white swoosh along the side?
I don't recall that. No.
Did you participate heavily in the search of the main bedroom?
The downstairs master?
Yes.
Right, I did.
Tell us generally what your observations were of that bedroom.
Appeared to be like the largest bedroom in the house. That was downstairs. It was cluttered with lots of different clothes, papers, electronic devices, things of that nature.
And during the course of your search warrant, are you looking for particular items that are authorized by the judge?
We were.
And then if you come across something that was not originally expected or authorized, what is the procedure then?
Well, typically we'll obviously take note of it and identify and then contact the lead detective to determine what course to take from that point.
Okay. In this particular case, were you looking for any items associated with the victim?
We were.
And did you find some items associated with the victim? Describe the search process and how you came upon those items.
So with the search process, just when executing a search warrant, we obviously let our crime scene analysts first enter. They take over all crime scene photos of the thing, or the way the condition of the room was before we enter. After they're done with that process, then we enter, and then we actually physically search for the items that are within the search warrant.
Okay. In this particular case, were you tasked with searching through the dresser in that master room?
Yes.
And did you find something of note?
I did.
What was that?
I found a black wallet as well as a set of car keys.
And you know, before we get there, I'm going to show you 366. You recognize that?
Yes.
You remember where that was found?
I believe that was on the bed.
373. What is this?
That looks like the same bag with a cell phone.
Okay, and then we have some items that appear to have been removed from that bag.
Appears to be, yes.
374, was that an item that was in that bag?
I believe so.
367, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
368, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
Before the camera goes and broadcasts that to the world, can I borrow your light? Fair to say that's a social security card, sir?
That appears to be, yes.
Just for the record, I've redacted out the social security number, Judge. 368. Can you read into the record the name on that social security card?
The social security card says Jonathan James Willett.
$394. Is that the contents of that wallet?
It appears to be.
$395. The rear side of the contents?
If you draw a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
This is the other address. This is Porcupine Rim. This is where she stayed, I believe. So this is the search warrant being done at her house, not at the murder scene, as far as I understood it. So, no, maybe it was at the murder scene, because remember she said they found all of those things in the plastic bags in her underwear drawer, because these dirty dogs went through her underwear. Yeah, it was in her underwear drawer. So that's where they found all of this. The other lady was just looking at the body. She didn't do it. Porcupine Rim, that's connected to Arby's. Yes, it is, Anton. So you can get a good roast beef sandwich, and no, don't say that thing. Rim job. Yeah, it's the same. It's the different place.
364, same wallet. This is the condition where it was actually found.
Yes.
363, same thing, just showing a different angle of how the social security card was found.
Yes.
You mentioned searching the dresser.
I did.
Showing you 344. You generally recognize this?
I do.
So tell us about the search and how you came upon this item, and was it in this position when you first found it?
So when I first found it, it was actually in the top left drawer of the dresser in the back right corner, buried under like women's lingerie, underwear, things of that nature. The items, which were actually the wallet as well as the Chevrolet keys, were in a series of bags. So like the wallet and the keys were in one bag, and that was tied off, and then that was in another bag, and so forth, I believe, for a total of 6 bags.
Ultimately, do you document, you and other people document the process of unraveling those bags to see what's inside? 345, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
346, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
347, is this the innermost bag?
I believe so.
And I note the person holding it is wearing gloves.
Yes.
Is that you, do you know?
More than likely, I believe it is.
Okay, anyone who touched this bag within the scene, would they have been wearing gloves?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
Just to basically prevent contamination of the crime scene as much as possible.
Ultimately, is that last bag opened?
I believe so. There could be one more. I don't.
Okay, let me show you 348. Ultimately, I mean, every bag is opened.
Yes.
And what is inside?
So that is a black wallet with Jonathan's driver's license in it, as well as a set of Chevrolet car keys.
349, a little closer image, it shows both those items.
Correct.
350, there's the truck keys in there.
Yes.
351, just a different angle of both items.
Correct.
And 352, that's the outside of the wallet.
Yes.
Ultimately, 436, that's photographed later, correct?
I believe that was taken by a crime scene analyst somewhere else.
360, what are we looking at here?
That would be the bed in that same bedroom.
And what is this item here?
That is a blue striped dress.
361, same dress?
Correct.
Appears there's a notebook next to it?
Yes.
Did that notebook contain anything?
I don't know if it was that specific notebook, but there were various, I believe, notebooks in the area.
Were there various notebooks and writings in the area?
I believe so, yes.
335, does that show some of those writings?
Yes.
336, is that zoomed in on the one in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
I lost everything for you, and you leave me at my lowest. I will never understand how it is so easy to hurt me, but you clearly do it so well. And today has been officially Leviques. Oh, today has been officially 6 weeks. I hate my effing life.
$338, is that another one of those writings? This one like crumpled up?
Yes.
I have blood clots in my lungs.
$339,
probably gonna read them
another
later,
one
sorry.
of those writings?
Thank you, Brett, for becoming a member.
Yes.
$337, another one of those writings?
Yes.
He overdosed and almost died. He asked Devier for gas money. He asked for asmotion money. Can't hold down a job. What could possibly make him anyone to ask for advice? Where is that logic? Why is everyone on the stupid bus? You know, if he would have just called us, called or simply texted to say, I'm leaving, girls are home alone, or okay, how long I was going to be gone. Something simple. Then he wants to say, our kids, how can he think that when he left them alone?
376, another one of those writings.
Yes.
And this starts with, so it has been a...
Thank you, Sue. 2 years of me taking such slander. Yes, you have been very mean to me for 2 years, but thank you for always being mean to me. It makes me appreciate that Marissa and the kid are not that mean. Only Jamie is just as mean as you, Sue.
Officially 3 days since Devyn and I have stopped talking. He doesn't really seem two-faced.
Yes.
337, another one of these writings.
Correct.
378, again another.
Yes.
379, another.
Yes.
380, another.
Yes.
381, another.
Yes.
382, another.
Yes.
Boring. He doesn't like to play Who the F Says That. The entire dynamic in our relationship has been, no wonder it feels like just sex now. That's all it is. That explains why he won't kiss me, the way he barely puts any effort into anything. I am completely a cum bucket and nothing more than that. Ladies. He is literally going to take all the passion I have for him and just just take it away. How should I have responded? So here is barely 8:11 p.m. and I am beyond something fed up watching Devyn play video games 3 nights straight.
381, another.
Yes.
382, another.
Correct.
Clean these up. Her takes the 19 Nolo, but has yet to come back with money. I don't even know what should say that hadn't already been said. What kind of relationship is this supposed to be? There has been no intimacy since Sunday. Of course, that was the same day he didn't like. I can't see what that is. Me stop thinking about him. It's just a really sad feeling alone because it's too. He's too busy with friends, I think.
383, another.
Yes.
384, another.
I think it's Abby's special
Yes.
sauce.
385, another.
Yes.
386, another.
Yes.
387, another.
Yes.
I hope you're gonna get
388, another.
Yes.
And 389, the last one.
Yes.
What the hell was that?
Yes.
You can't use the other bathroom when a person willingly acknowledges that he ruined your lift, your what? But still believes they should do the bare minimum to fix it. They are selfish and just don't care.
And 389, the last one.
Yes.
This one starts with broken heart again, another lesson learned.
Yes.
The following day, did you participate in writing a search warrant for some call detail records?
Fault play.
Do you remember which call detail records you were searching for?
I don't know what
That would have been the
Fault play.
Devyn's phone number, which was the 702-677-4430 number.
Okay, and call detail records come from the cell phone company, right?
Correct. And in that case, I believe it was AT&T.
And other detectives will be better suited to talk about the contents of those, not yourself.
Correct.
You helped obtain them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Ross?
Yes, thank you.
Well, she used to be. Was that about the Snipper? I believe so. No, Jonathan is the dad, who is no more. Devyn is the kid who would rather play computer than do foreplay and fill her cum bucket. I'm probably going to get this video taken down. Because sometimes you ladies apparently get tired of giving head, so you're taking head. You should know this, Miss Jessica. Well, you're too young.
Correct.
We were just going over?
Correct. Several of them, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed these in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Would you agree with me that these appear to be entries into a diary, perhaps?
I'd say like a journal of sorts.
Okay, fair enough. And did these writings contain dates that you recall?
I don't recall seeing dates.
Okay. So in reference to the contents of these, you can't give us any indication as to when they were written?
No.
Months before, years before, fair to say?
That's fair assessment.
Are you aware of how long the occupant, or first of all, who owned this home?
Legally, I don't know exactly who owned the home, but I was told that Devyn and Debbie lived there.
Okay. Are you aware as to how long Devyn had been living there?
I am not aware of that.
Years, months, no idea. In fact, you have no idea where these were authored, correct?
No.
Well, my jaw gets tired sometimes. To everyone who gets kicked back, try refreshing or exiting it totally and come back in the stream. YouTube is acting up sometimes. So that's all I can say. I can't do anything other than that. Journal entries got Matthew Paul convicted. I hope that if they're good, they're going to read them. But again, we're going to have 2 hours of Devyn that we have to go through after this one.
Were you aware of what was going on between the two houses, the Palmadura house and the Porcupine house? Occupants, what was going on, a move? Were you aware of what was going on?
Yes.
And based upon your knowledge, Jonathan Willett was moving into the Porcupine residence,
yes.
Correct?
That's what we were under the impression.
And that was the residence where you found the wallet, the keys, Social Security card, correct? You'd agree with me that it appears that items had been moved in. They were out of place. I mean, the place was kind of messy and looked like a move.
It did.
Okay. Did you have it, when you were at the Palmadura house, that house was in disarray as well, correct?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Fair to say that it appeared that the occupant, specifically Jonathan, was moving.
Yes.
In reference to the interview that you had with Devyn, that interview began approximately 12 p.m.?
I believe so.
And that was at the Palmadura house, correct?
Yes. In the general area. It wasn't inside the house, obviously, but it was out front.
Okay. Fair to say that she had been summoned to the house and she had come?
She did.
Had there been a discussion that neighbors had called her or something that she knew something had occurred?
I got the phone number from one of the neighbors, and then I made phone contact with Devyn.
Okay. And asked her if she would come and speak to you?
Yes.
And she came willingly?
Yes.
And she appeared to cooperate with you?
Yes.
She obviously was made aware that something bad had happened.
Yes.
And it concerned Jonathan.
Yes.
And she came and freely and voluntarily answered your questions.
She did.
She did. It's a subsection. She did buff women corn. That's where, for the men who likes a very muscular lady, that's the type she did. She was big back then. She was probably on a lot of roids. Ask me how I know. You can Google it.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, one more question. You were given the map, the distance between the two houses. Do you have that, Council?
Yeah, right. I have one map. It's probably under this.
Do you recall that it was a Google map in the distance?
So that would have been that map, yes.
There was a time on that map, correct?
I believe there was.
Now, when Google calculates that time takes into account the time of day, correct?
I'm not sure with Google. I'm more familiar with Apple Maps. Like as far as on your iPhone, I know that it will typically account for traffic conditions.
So the time, perhaps, if that's pulled in the middle of the day, would be a different time. Let's say that if it were pulled at 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, fair to say that those distances and that, well, the distance would remain the same, but the time to go from point A to point B would presumably be less in the middle of the night versus
Yes.
in the middle of the day. And when you pulled that, or when that was prepared, are you aware of what time of day that was?
I am not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, the deputy are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Chair Willett.
Sir, if you please state your
This is Mr. Lover, and he looks like Shaggy.
full name and then spell it for the record.
Devyn Michaels,
Can you spell that for us, sir?
DEVIERWILLETTE.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Devier, how old are you?
29, sir.
I can sweep this up so you don't have
You can be my Muslim mama. Well, she's married to this guy.
What
Not
is
that
your
it
birthday?
dropped her before.
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Jonathan Willett?
I was his son.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Arminthia Saints.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Arminthia split?
I was probably about 9 years old.
When they split, and you were 9 years old. Where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas?
I don't remember.
Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Never saw him.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Paul, Georgia.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the
Don't
name
blame
of Nikki?
me. This is the kid who used this
And
one.
ultimately, you
And
ended up
Betty.
getting married to Nikki. And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad?
They were dating at the time.
They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time, if you know?
I don't know.
When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your 2 sisters?
Yes, sir.
We don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages?
I don't know.
Okay. That's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How can you not know your sibling's age? No, it's not his kid's age, it's his siblings. Well, remember, we haven't slept in the same bed since 3 days after my oldest daughter, so who knows? Maybe one of those little frisky swimmers got in there from the Stepson. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. Yeah, he was married to their mom. He should know his step siblings or his stepchildren's. This is like when Sue has a family reunion. Am I calling you son or uncle today? Well, I'm kind of your niece.
So were you in kind of living with Dad or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki became intimate? Or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Do Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually, after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time?
19.
19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time?
No, sir.
How was it that that relationship kind of started?
Yeah, he was married to her. We don't know. Apparently, according to Alles nur geklaut, our good friend Harry, he says it's going to be very interesting because he's actually thinking that this guy might have something to do with it. But his siblings can say, oh, "You're such a big motherfucker," and be right. I need to stop saying stuff today.
Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that? Okay, it was a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate, I mean sexual. We agree there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you all three lived under the same roof?
Yes, sir.
And was that the magic house?
Yes, sir.
It's a kind of magic. Yeah, that was magic. Sexual magic. Oh my God, this lady. I need to find me someone like her. Well, I don't want to share, but at least so freaky deaky.
And is that when the intimate relationship started out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me if you can remember, when is it that any of you three move out of Blue Magic? Like, we need to get a sequence of events. Did you move out first? Did they split and move in different places, or can you remember that for me?
I moved out there.
And where did you move to?
I moved back to California.
And where did you stay in California, if you remember?
187 Poppy Circle.
Was that with other family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, do you move back to Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, sir.
Okay. When you do move back to Vegas,
I'm going to ask a question for you lawyer folks who might be watching. Can you ask if someone is mentally capable of being a witness? He doesn't know his children's, his stepchildren's age. He can't remember when they moved anywhere. He doesn't know when he moved to California and back. He doesn't know when he began dating his mom. I'm not sure he could remember his own address if he didn't have a mirror and a driver's license, so he could. Yeah, that's me. It's he seems very out of here. But maybe it's just because he's testifying, but I can kind of remember how old my kids are. Well, I can't remember when my grandson is born, but that's not my kid. This guy has frozen eyes as brain matter. It could be that's the thing. Is he 29 years old? I thought he was younger. He doesn't care. It was all about the smacks. Well, they got married. Well, a lot of dumb guys. Talking about Veterans Days. Just ask how many guys got married to that stripper because she promised him that it was going to last forever. Yes. He was doing the Aiden Carney. He was making decisions with the.
after moving to Cali, you move back to Vegas. Do you move in with Yoko at the Paladura address?
No, sir.
Where did you move that time?
Back to the Blue Magic House.
Okay. Did you then leave back to California for a second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while I stepped one step too far ahead, when you moved back to Vegas the first time, you moved into Blue Magic. Who was living at Blue Magic?
My father, Nikki, Tanae, and Janae.
The two girls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there some kind of discussion with Nikki at that time about being pregnant?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
I moved back to California, and I was told that she was pregnant with my child, and if I didn't move back, she was going to have that child.
So she tells you this?
She told me that.
So you had gotten out of the situation back in Cali, and you, I presume, talked to her over the phone or something?
Yes, sir.
She tells you she's pregnant, it's yours, and unless you come back, she is going to have the child.
Yes, sir.
What did you do in response to that? Did you witness her go to a doctor?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about that child she claimed was yours?
She told me that she had gotten an abortion.
But you never saw any documentation or
No, sir.
anything like that? Okay. So you're pulled back into this situation, you're back here in Vegas, and then you move out again to California.
Yes, sir.
When you moved back to California that time, do you remember your dad, Nikki, and the girls still staying at Blue Magic together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you go back to California, and when is it that you return?
A couple of years after that.
A couple of years?
I believe it was 4
Okay.
years after that.
And you spoke with Ms. Griffith and I last night, right?
Yes, sir.
We talked about, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't know a date, you estimate, but don't guess. We're in agreement there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing your best with the dates?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you moved back this time, were the girls living with Nikki and just Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Where was your dad living?
Paul Bear Drive.
Where did you move to?
Paul Bear Drive.
So you lived with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Who else lived in the home?
Yoko and Yoshida.
Okay. Is Yoshida Yoko's partner, friend, boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
They're elderly folks?
Yes, sir.
When you lived with your dad, how was your relationship at that time?
It was fine. I worked with him.
You worked with him too?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Anything and everything.
Okay.
From moving houses to setting up backyards.
Moving houses, setting up backyards? Okay. So let me ask you kind of a general question before we move on. Is it fair for me to say that your dad was in and out of your life growing up?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a strong relationship with your dad as you're getting into your late teens, early 20s, or was it just kind of a, that's my dad and you don't see him too often, or what?
No, I love my father, so we have a strong relationship.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you're living with him at Paladura and working that you guys have some disagreements about work and other stuff?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your dad to have been a hard-headed person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he an opinionated guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell your dad that you had been having a sexual relationship with the father of his other children?
The mother, you?
The mother. Jesus, I said father? Yeah.
No, sir.
I apologize. Knowing your dad as you did, if he had known you were having a sexual relationship with his mother of his children, is he the type of guy that would have just said nothing and let it go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never tell him. I don't want to ask an obvious question, but why not?
I couldn't build up the courage to do it.
Okay. Eventually, do you move out of the Paladura?
Just 1 second, Mr. Dunn. You can't hear him? Okay. And I'm sorry, sir. Your voice is just, thank you so much. Your voice is just way soft to people. And we're going to see if we can figure out this. Sir, can you just say test for me?
Oh, test.
Can you hear him better now? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Giuliani.
Thank you, Judge. Oh.
Nobody can be held in contempt.
All right. I'm going to keep that one in the back pocket. So you eventually move out of Paladura.
Yes, sir.
Dad stays, Yoko and Yoshida stay.
Yes, sir.
Where do you move?
To 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Did you move in with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And I've been saying Nikki. Did you know Nikki by several different names?
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki. Those three.
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Devyn spelled Devyn? Devyn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, after moving out of Paladura and into Porcupine Rim, resume your sexual relationship with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Were your sisters living there, or was there some kind of custody arrangement? Or was that later?
That was later.
Okay. So when you first move into Porcupine Rim, can you give us a date, a year, an approximate year, anything like that? And if you need to use the date of your dad's death, August 7th, 2023, as a point of reference counting back, Probably 2020?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay. So you live at, can we agree that you live at Porcupine Rim at least a couple of years with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time frame, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions.
I have to come back for this one. Leslie asks, can someone actually explain the origin of the Arby's joke? I was not here for that one. Thank you. It was yesterday. He said something. I really liked that. Oh, I'm going to get it later or something. I'm going to get it later. I really like that. And she said Arby's. And he said, if you call your coochie Arby's, yes. That's the Arby's joke. Maybe because Arby's is well known for their roast beef sandwiches. You can do the math in your head. Ladies, don't call your private parts Arby's sandwiches. Play the clip. Do I have the clip? Maybe I do. If I know Marissa, because she's weirdo, she clipped it somewhere. No, I don't. Maybe. No, I don't know if I have it. So he's boinking his stepmom. Yes. Well, I came back just in time because I ran from the kitchen to give that joke. It's porcupine rim. Porcupine rim. No, he's more of a lover than a talker. I don't know. It's a good place to have an eat out. I don't know if it is. I've never been to Arby's. Well, don't blame me. I'm just relating what it is. Of course, Marissa is there with the clippity clips. I just have to go to this, and now my food is probably burning on the stove.
I was looking, it was good, but I'm looking forward to eating something else later.
Oh, that's what he said. Hope it's good.
11/3/21.
Oh, sorry. Let's just get it all there.
We're coming now to the present. There'd been a long-going, torrid affair, which resulted in a marriage between receiving a text from Devyn. See, 11/3/21. Hope it's good. I was looking, it was good, but I'm looking forward to eating something else later. Her response, Arby's. His, if that's what you call that coochie, then yeah, I guess so too. So again, it shows that this was consistent.
Yes. Thank you, Marissa, for giving everyone some dinner inspiration.
Did there come a point in time when the family court became involved in the custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Did Nikki lose custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Was this before or after you married, if you remember?
After.
So after you married Nikki is when the custody thing happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, were the girls living with you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim for however long you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dad, to your knowledge, is still living across town?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Nikki lost custody of the children, did they move back in with your dad?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did they live out at the Paladura address?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long they lived at Paladura with your dad?
No, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the summer months, just before your father's death, that the girls moved back in with you guys, you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim.
Yes, sir.
Did they stay over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Were there, did they have bedrooms there?
Yes, sir.
And where were you sleeping at the time?
The master bedroom downstairs.
With Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times that you slept on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your sexual intimate relationship continue throughout the course of this time period?
Yes, sir.
I hate to air out your laundry, like I said, but I just have to ask it. When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definition of that word.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was arguing back and forth.
Were there times in which you yourself were trying to get out of this relationship?
Yes, sir.
Describe that. How many times? What's going on in your head at this time?
That when I tried to fill some shoes that I had no business filling.
Whose shoes?
My father's.
Okay.
Fantastic. If we could just get a little bit closer to me. It's okay.
So, I believe you said that you were trying to fill some shoes that you had no business filling. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a result of that, did you start to get a little uncomfortable and attempt to leave a couple of times?
Yes, sir.
Did there ever come a point in time, and I want to be precise here, prior to you learning of your dad's death, that you learned he was going to move in to the Porcupine Rim address?
Prior, no, sir.
So you didn't know he was going to move in prior?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point after?
I learned after the death when my grandmother was telling me about it.
Okay. Did you talk to your grandma like on the 7th?
The day after, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to now bring you to August 6th, okay, 2023. On that date, were you living at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Were the girls living there?
Yes, sir.
Was Nikki living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember what you did during the day on August 6th?
I woke up and I went to work, and I got a phone call from my grandfather saying that my dad was critically injured. And
okay, let me clarify here. I'm talking about the day before you were notified.
Oh, I went to work.
Okay, so you work on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Nikki and the girls were doing that day?
No, sir.
Did there come a point in time after you get home from, oh, and I should ask you, did you drive a work van?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white one that was parked in front of the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another vehicle out front of the home. Whose was that? Not the Nissan Armada, but the little sedan.
Oh, that was my vehicle, sir.
Was that operable at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The night of August 6th, you get home from work. Do you remember a point in time where you saw your dad at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So I just got off work. I was helping with the girls with their homework, and I believe I went into the garage and I saw my father bringing over a bunk bed and a desk for the girls, and his back was turned to me, so I closed the garage door.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, sir.
How was your relationship at that point in time?
We hadn't talked for a while.
At some point prior to that, had he learned that you had actually married Nikki?
Yes, sir.
How was that conversation, or if you had a conversation about it?
He sent me a text message asking or saying, I don't know what you're doing, but it's not right. And I responded with half of what you know is true and the other half isn't.
Okay. So your dad clearly knew you were formally married.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you got married?
No, sir.
Did you ever get divorced?
No, sir.
Is that something you would like to do?
After this, yes.
Okay. Once this trial is done?
Yes.
Okay. That night when you see your dad moving the girls' stuff into the garage, you don't talk?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that? Did you just go back inside or what?
I went back inside and I continued watching the movie with the girls.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of how the night progressed from there.
So I continued watching the girls.
Typical, a little bit of trouble in the relationship, and then he just wants to get a divorce. Some men just don't want to try and work on their relationship. Again, what is a beheading amongst spouses? And hey, Mikey, welcome over from Recovery Addict. Oh, and yes, we are not a safe space. Please don't disabuse it, but we like to be open and honest of what we're thinking.
And Nikki had told me that she was going to go help John move some things, and I said okay. So I stayed at the house. We continued watching the movie, and I believe when the movie was over, I had put them down to bed. And
Marissa, that's sexist. 24th of August, and I got, well, not finalized, but I told her I wanted to get divorced on the 27th of January. I remember both days. One of them was the third happiest day in my life.
I myself went to sleep.
Do you remember where you put them down to bed?
Yes, they had individual rooms upstairs. So I took them upstairs, I had them change into their pajamas, and then went to bed.
Okay. And then where would you have gone to sleep that night?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
Do you remember texting Nikki saying something to that effect?
I remember texting her, letting her know that I had put the girls to sleep, and I myself am going to sleep because I was working the next day.
You had worked the next day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you typically work?
I believe it was 8 a.m. or 8:30.
Okay. So I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
Okay. And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes,
when you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
That would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I remember waking up around 2 to her getting into bed, and since I had work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of her. I just looked over, I saw her, and I went back to sleep.
This was, to you, a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they were moving on, if they were just working through the night to try to get it all done.
Okay. When you looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m. I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work.
Out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and I went to work.
Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place on those days.
Okay. And when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or the car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and he's in the hospital.
Okay. Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do you do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off of it.
Thank you, She's Like Texas, for spending your anniversary with us.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after that?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away, and I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that he passed.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I got to go. You learn after that he's passed.
Yes, sir.
I guess where do you go from work?
Straight on.
What do you do when you go home?
Start drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, before you started drinking, if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home?
No.
Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim home?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, an electric drill, measuring tape, leveler.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home? Or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
You're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns. Are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't?
No, sir.
At least to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, try to give us any memory you have. But you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night that I found out. I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home and said, "I'm sorry that this happened," and I kind of just wanted to be alone.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? An interview.
Oh, yes, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well?
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for the murder of your dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact.
Any objections?
No objection. Thank you.
631 will be amended.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Yes, Commissioner.
Call from an incarcerated individual has entered the detention center. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Speak up.
They won't tell me anything. There's some news about you, and they're not very pleasant. As opposed to holding your while they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. They're holding you to find it. I'm pretty sure that they started. What? You sound like you should have been released already. I haven't gone to court yet. I go to court tomorrow. Okay, well, I'm not even going to California. Okay. CPS at the girls. With my grandfather. Are you getting fingerprints so they can go with him and mine go with your grandparents? So will you get released tomorrow? I should. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's literally what's going on. They have absolutely, yes, they have absolutely nothing on me. They showed me a picture of a bottle of soft scrub cleaning detergent, and they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this was used at his house. Like, you're fucking joking, right? Like, that's literally what they showed me. If you're getting released tomorrow, I'll leave with all it.
I don't know what it was.
So, I hear you go to California? I'm literally pointing out my cousin on those movies. All these news articles about you says you're not leaving. Oh, what about? There's a lot of news articles about you and what happened. News article? Yes. Okay. Well, I don't know if you get released. I still don't know what to believe. I'm sorry. But, yes, I'm going to California. And if you are getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it open. If not, then I have to do something with them. My grandmother's on the way there to get close to the girls. I don't think this person taking movies or news articles about me and have literally nothing. One was so bad and points that you did it. The second one was very graphic and still points that you did it. Like I said, if you're going to court and they release you, I still don't know what to believe and I can't be here.
Devier, you mentioned a couple of news articles there.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was sent an article from the Las Vegas News explaining what had happened to my father and that she was involved.
Okay. At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She did.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, did you already plan when all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
We never talked again after that.
Okay.
No.
Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass witness.
All right.
Very interesting. This girl was also known as the turkey gobbler, just for different reasons, and also sponsored by Arby's. If you know, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a moment of cross-examination, so we're going to take a brief matter versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, and both parties stipulated to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, I'll just remind you that you were still under oath. Okay, Mr. Duskin, are you ready?
Mr. Willett, my name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we?
No, sir.
You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator?
No, sir.
No. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer to that microphone. Thank you.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You'd been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
No. Nope.
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct?
Yes, sir.
I see.
Sir, if you could speak up for me a little bit.
You had testified today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff what was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same, or it's different?
It's the same. I worked with my father.
I'm sorry, in this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I worked with my father, so we bumped heads on all the things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only overwork.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
On August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was told shortly after his death that he was going to be hanged. Then I had no prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just... And then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here, I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You were talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and bunk bed into the house for the girls.
So when you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him. And I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering the question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony.
It wasn't an ex-husband, it was an ex-boyfriend. Something Barker, another Corn actor who unalived his wife or girlfriend. We talked about it yesterday, yes.
Correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. You wasn't really there for me. Correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father. Fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, you said, I got out as soon as I could. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was going to move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said she was going to tell me to move out, or she was going to give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was going to let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to move out, and you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now, you said before, until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozawa, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking.
Dawn Marie, it's really easy. Devyn, not Devyn, as I found out, because her name is apparently Devyn, spelled D-E-V-Y-N. That's not Devyn, but if you work the polls, that's probably how you spell it. Found Jonathan. Jonathan had been married before and had this young fella called Derriere. No, Marissa, you got me again. Now I can't remember. Oh, Marissa, you put that into my mind. He's not called Derriere because that means but. Devier, I think, is his name. Damn you, Marissa. And Then she moves in with Jonathan and this guy. He lives at the house as well. I think at his parents' house as well. She then sleeps with Jonathan and has a baby, and she will never share a bed with him again after 3 days after her oldest daughter is born. But they have another kid, so maybe they made that against the fridge, Aiden style. Who knows? And while they are living together, Devier starts banging his stepmom. And Jonathan and Devyn then breaks up, and he moves back. So now he is his own stepdad, kinda, because he's married to his stepmom, but he's also at the same time the father and the brother of her children. It's very easy. As Sue said earlier, you should come to my family reunions. Then it gets hard. And sadly, that's why it's so complicated in Sue's family, because it gets hard at family reunions. But it's very easy. He is his own stepfather and the brother and father of his sister's stepdaughters. Very easy. And he mentioned that her coochie was like Arby's, and apparently someone heard him say she woke him up giving him head, but I didn't hear that part.
To him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in.
That's right.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Well,
yes, sir.
Heads up or just head?
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really. Because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it? Which you were telling the detective after you're saying that you learned for the first time that your dad's been murdered. What you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript. You agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that the detective was kind of confused, and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
I believe this is their family tree. So Devyn and Jonathan and Derriere. Oh, now I have to do that. And Derriere is Jonathan's kid. And they have 2 daughters, and then Derriere. I'm inverted. I need to go here. They get together. So as you can see, this is what's called the Alabama round tree.
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks again, trying to clarify this relationship and what's really going on. So he asks you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, sir.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
Then the detective asks you, but do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But when he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it?
No, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the detective, page 8. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here? And you respond, no, he knows I live here, correct?
My father?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
That lived in Vegas?
No, that lived in that house. The detective asked him, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Samantha. There's a lot of ice in this one.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the joint custody that they had.
Yeah. And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because they all they do is scream and yell. When I was over there, my grandma would go downstairs at 6 in the morning yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you.
One of the biggest problems with this case is the tendency to deposit DNA in a dumpster, a CUM dumpster, as we found out someone is calling themselves in their diary.
You're asked page 10 by detective.
Yeah, he's not doing well on the stand. Let's just say that.
Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then, how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here, and if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere, because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had legitimate jobs.
You had a good job.
What's wrong with it?
He was.
Rianne, nothing really, other than we saw some text message. Well, we saw some notes where she was talking about this guy who is her son husband. He was too lazy for foreplay. He treated her like a cum dumpster, and he just wanted to play video games. You know, normal stuff you put in your journal. And he has been mumbling for about an hour, and no one really knows what he's saying. When he was on the stand for the state, he did okay. He seemed like he was a bit slow. On cross-examination, he has been absolutely horrendous because he lied. He lied a lot.
Mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money. Fair?
He owed her money.
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good, legitimate job that you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
In fact, you go on to state that you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years. Fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozai, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell him, and this is page 12, counsel. Yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with, correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. Tell them.
Thank you, Laura Reicher, for being here for 15 months. That's almost 2 babies. Brilliant, hilarious, and subbed. Love you, Baker. Yes, everyone should be subbing to me because I am FUNNY. I don't know why, but I am.
You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
I had a member in chat saying they would show me around Vegas if I got there. I'm not sure I dare to. Vegas might be one of the other places that is going on my absolutely not list. Well, I have a small problem with gambling, so probably not the best place for me to go. But on the other side, apparently there is a lot of head going around in Vegas.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
You did.
Yes, sir.
But you were actually off the day before, correct? You didn't work on August 6th.
I was drinking a lot, I don't remember.
But you would first tell the police officer, yeah, I worked yesterday, but then...
Sir, I have to have you to speak up. The jury's having a hard time.
Sorry about that.
Is that better? Okay.
If you could just please repeat your answer. Trust me, I'm not trying... If you could speak up, please, and just repeat that last answer.
I was drinking a lot and I don't remember.
I'm sorry. When they go into that automatic, I had a lot of stress. I don't remember. I was drinking a lot. I don't remember. I was doing drugs. I don't remember. I instantly get an ick and say, that's a little too convenient, my friend. San Diego is in California. California is one of the places I don't want to go. Florida, California is off the record.
But you actually made the same mistake and initially told him I was working yesterday, but then you corrected yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you really weren't drinking that much. Because you at first said, well, I worked yesterday, and then you said, oh, actually, you know what? It was my day off. Correct? Sundays are your days off.
That was 10 years ago, and I was drinking very heavily from my father's death, so I drank.
Okay. But sir, this conversation occurred August 7th, 2023. All right?
Sorry.
Or, I mean, you do... Fair to say, it hasn't been that long, has it?
Not 10 years.
In reference to the day before, August 6th, and you seeing them moving in, okay, because you actually didn't work the day before. You said, I heard the door open. I thought one of the girls opened the door, so I came down and looked out and saw him unloading stuff. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. So I closed the door, just didn't hear it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you tell the detective that you actually don't have a room in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true. I mean, you were sleeping with your wife in the same bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that your guy's a hot-tempered guy, correct?
That's who is?
His father.
Okay, you said your guy.
Yeah. You said he's like a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said he had no filter, that kind of a guy.
Yes, sir.
He must have had a good story.
You were asked, okay, so when you left Yoko's house, and that was a couple of years before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to him? And your answer was not at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective says, oh, and you say nothing. I mean, you say nothing, correct? Meaning you guys don't talk.
After he found out that we were married, we didn't talk after that.
Detective asks you, he didn't call you or nothing, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
No text, nothing like that, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective then asks you about you speaking with him a couple of months ago, and what did that entail? Like, what were you guys doing at that point? You correct him and say, I didn't say I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, I thought you said the last time you spoke with, like actually talked to him, was a couple of months ago. And you say, well, like it was probably years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You say, he doesn't call me on my birthday, not on Happy New Year's, like none of that. So not Thanksgiving, so we just didn't talk, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, he didn't like foreplay, would rather play computer, so maybe that's why they thought, well, he was playing Candy Crush.
And then you're asked by the detective, counsel is on page 18, is there anything you can think of that you haven't told me that you think might be important for us to know? And you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're there trying to figure out this dynamic, and you've lied to them about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to them about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly had happened.
You did say that it was kind of a shit show at the other house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that you had discussed issues concerning this dynamic, correct? Concerning your wife, you, your father, the moving arrangements, correct?
No, no, sir.
You were interviewed another time, correct? By another officer. And you reviewed that in preparation, the transcript, in preparation for your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
That interview occurred September 12th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this detective now, after speaking to you, and it's a little bit into the interview, tells you, well, you know, you weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is, meaning the situation is a little different than hers. We're here to, you didn't do it, to clear you, correct? You recall that conversation?
When was this again?
I'm sorry?
When did this conversation happen again?
September 12th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? I mean, you're there being interviewed concerning being a potential suspect, and you remember the date, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're being told now that we're working to clear you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were relieved, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The detective asks you, does that make sense? And you say it does, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, and while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just there's you know, that's not even on the radar, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had told law enforcement that you weren't close to Devyn. You didn't really have a real marriage. And things aren't that bad with your dad, and you're basically being told, hey, it's good. You're good, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're left there sitting for a little while, and the room's being recorded, and you say, this is going to be a fucking Netflix series, correct?
I don't remember that.
I told you that you said that. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'm just letting you know I don't remember.
Okay.
Sir, you can just keep it.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think he was that. I've read it somewhere. I think he was in his early 20s. 19. Sorry, 19. He was 19, and she's like 10 years or 15 years older. It isn't trash. Some pieces from grandmother is more as a penny found. What? What? Skybell? Are you using text to speak? Yeah, so it's 34.
And before I forget, I'm sorry for going back, but there was some discussion with Detective Ozawa about the problem the morning, August 7th, about your wife trying to register the girls. Your dad was supposed to have registered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's because they were moving into the house and the girls were starting at that school, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's again a confirmation that you knew. You knew that they were moving into the house. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified before a grand jury, a little different room, but you were put under oath and you were called as a witness on September 14th, just a couple days after that last interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under oath, you testified, like you did initially today, that you were unaware that your father was moving into the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it was something that you had learned after your father's death, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that there were no discussions about you potentially moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's exactly what you said, no, sir. There was never a discussion and you said no, sir, but there was. There were multiple discussions, correct?
To what I can remember, yes.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked together.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine, but it was just work related?
Have a great day,
Anytime I was
Leslie.
with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
Today, now that she's on trial, you testified that you woke up at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 7th and she was in bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you testified to the grand jury, you testified that you never woke up at all, correct? I'm referring to page 17, 18. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is different again today on that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously you waking up is kind of a big deal, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were actually awake at 2 a.m. on the 7th, weren't you?
I woke up to her getting in bed and I looked over at her and saw that she got in bed and I rolled back over and went to sleep.
You had been calling her that night from the home phone, correct? Well, she's with your dad.
We don't have a home phone.
Testimonies that you don't have a home phone. All right. So it's your testimony that you didn't call over and over again?
I believe I sent a text and she didn't reply, and then that's when I put the girls to sleep and I went to sleep myself.
But that wasn't the only night that she was out with your dad. She was with your dad till like 1 a.m. the night before, correct?
Possibly moving things, yes.
So 2 nights in a row, she's with your dad and she's not home, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, through the course of your grand jury testimony, you are asked by a grand juror, because unlike this, I mean, grand jurors can ask you questions, correct? I mean, that was your understanding. They spoke to you.
Yes, sir.
You were asked how long you and Devyn had been married, correct?
Yes, I could, Jenny Beck. You want it all the way from the start. This is day 2 in the Devyn Michaels trial out of Nevada, where she is accused of chopping off the head of her former I think they were only boyfriend girlfriend, and he was her baby daddy to 2 kids. He had a son from another marriage. He's the guy on the stand right now because she started banging him and got married to him. At some point when his father was about to move in to the house with the children so they could kind of make a new relationship, he ends up without his head. She is accused of it. She did take a plea deal and said she was guilty, but at sentencing, she retracted and claimed she was innocent and she could prove it, and that the state had deleted a ton of messages. So far, we have heard about the crime scene. We have heard about what they have found out there. And now the son is on the stand. Well, the husband, son. Yes, it's a little complicated at their family reunions. But as Sue says, families that party together stays together. So that's about it so far. They have never found a head. They never found any tools. It doesn't really look like he has been beheaded at the bed where they found the body, but we haven't had much so far. And I would say before the son/husband took the stand, I was yeah, she's guilty. She's a wackadoodle. I'm at least not sure that he didn't participate in it. I don't think she's innocent, but I think that he might have participated.
Yes, sir.
And you answered 3 years.
Not married, only dating.
Yes, sir.
And then there's some follow-up questions. Just like to ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devyn... I'm sorry, page 35. Did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? And you answered, yes, it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it was very expensive to keep the girls at daycare, and she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. And then there's a question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? And your testimony under oath to this grand jury on this day was, yes, after the first year it started to get intimate, correct?
Yes, sir.
After the first year of marriage it started to get intimate, correct?
Objection, it does not say that.
The context of the question, I read it, it speaks for
I haven't
itself.
seen Miss Jessica for a while.
Jury can determine what the context is, you just need to read it verbatim.
I think Miss Jessica has been away for half an hour at least. She goes.
And if I may just read that for the record, I mean, this is prior testimony.
This is from the grand jury?
Correct.
What page are you on?
Page 35, I'll start at line 15, page 35, by juror. How long have you and Devyn been married? Answer, 3 years. Question. If I could ask you just a couple more questions about that, did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? Yes. Answer. But it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at a daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? Yes. After the first year, it started to get intimate. Next question. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. You're getting closer to the truth of the nature of your relationship the farther it is that you get away from perhaps being charged with his murder. Fair to say?
Can you repeat the question?
You're getting more and more true.
No, I believe it's illegal in America to babysit if you're not married. That's why there is a whole subgenre on the same pages this lady can be found on, where you can see babysitter stuff with dads. Don't Google that. Brandon's not here today. And again, it's your sisters. You could just babysit them. You didn't have to bang your mom. I'm just saying you didn't have to do it. It's your sisters.
Truthful concerning the nature of your relationship with Devyn, the further it gets away from your having been charged or being charged. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You testified today that you didn't remember the date that you married her, correct?
I think that they caught him in another little lie. I skipped around in it. He claims that didn't get intimate till a year into the relationship, but they were already intimate when he was with living with the dad. So that was way before. He's lying, and I understand now why Harry said just wait till he takes the stand. It's your sisters. You didn't have to bang your mom. Exactly. That's the thing. Yeah, we understand why he did it. Hey, I'm a man as well. And again, we saw the wedding picture. She was a pretty lady back then. Tell me the date is tattooed on him somewhere. Yeah. Well, as long as it's your little brother, it's not your older one, because then we know there's double tattooing.
November 21st, 2021?
No, sir.
Are these in stipulated? Thank you. There'll be exhibit numbers, but I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? And these were taken from your phone. From his phone.
Are those stipulated to?
Yeah, we have no objection. We just want a copy because
absolutely
we've just seen them. But
Okay.
I think we do for.
Objecting to this set?
Correct. I think.
Okay, well, let's just make it right.
Yes. Yes, they put them on. This is L3. It's been marked by your clerk. He was ahead of me, so thank you.
Right, but I think she can tell me what it is, so we can put it on the record.
Is that
Let's see the picture. Yeah, his just out.
Remember that date?
I remember the date.
Okay. But you do remember marrying her?
She wasn't an ugly lady back then. She's a pretty lady. If you were a 19-year-old who looked like this guy, and this lady came around and said, "Give me that junk," you'll probably say, "Yes, please."
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
Remember this?
Yes, sir.
And what exhibit was that?
This is exhibit K3. And we're going to be showing you L3. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, fair to say you and she had a traditional marriage, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
No, she did corn. I don't think maybe she's been in a, I don't know. Yeah, that lasted about 5 pieces of evidence, and then she started yelling at them because she fucked up. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
I mean, obviously it was a fairly passionate relationship, wasn't it?
It got weird, yeah.
I mean, for good and bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's pesky babysitting policy in Nevada.
In fact, she had sent you a text just days before this case began about get out of the house. Do you recall that? Get your stuff. Don't think you're coming back. I want a divorce.
I don't remember anything like that.
We haven't heard his police interview because if he is there to testify, they can only use his police interview to impeach him, and they have impeached him with the transcript of it. So I haven't heard it anyway. You might have been looking ahead and something's going on. We don't know.
And you're still married to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
After things went down in this case, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
Through the course of your marriage to her, you wore a wedding ring, didn't you?
In my time in Vegas, yeah.
No, we didn't hear it. We heard her interview. It was her being interviewed by the cop we had on the stand before. Was it while I was making dinner? Because I didn't hear it.
And she wore a wedding ring too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a symbol of the commitment that you had to each other, correct? Rings are.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been admitted, Defense Exhibit B3. That was the ring that she wore, correct?
Yes, sir.
You worked at Hometronics and you had tools, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were good at installing home security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had hundreds of pictures on your phone of various...
Oh, yeah, we heard a phone call. That was not an interview. That was a phone call between him and her, and no one could hear what he was saying that because it was...
systems that you installed, correct?
Yes, sir. After I was done with the job, I had to upload it to the Hometronics website to prove that I got the job done.
And Your Honor, this is Defense Exhibit. Looks like B1 through V2. We're moving through the admission. These are just images of security systems.
B1 through B2.
I'm sorry.
B1 through
B1 through V2.
Oh, no objection.
Okay, B1 through V2 will be admitted.
And in going through these security systems, you obviously were conscientious of the angles, correct?
I would always ask how we set the camera up, and I would ask the customer to pull it on their phone and let me know what angle they would like it to be.
So you're familiar with security cameras and what they picked up and what they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And there's going to be a stack of these, but I'll just show you just for, like, Defense Exhibit K2. Well, we've got one right here. You can see that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what type of camera that is, correct?
Ring camera.
Ring camera.
All right. Showing you Defense Exhibit D2. You got the ladder up on this. This is an exterior camera. You installed that one, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what kind of camera that is, correct?
That's also a ring camera.
I mean, you were good at what you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
And installing the home entertainment systems, I mean, you need a sawzall. You cut through 2x4s, you cut through drywall, things like that, correct?
Not 2x4s, it was just drywall.
Okay. But you had tools, you had saws, you had electric powered saws, correct?
No, just a drywall saw. That was in my bag.
Okay.
For doing in-wall kits for TVs.
All right. And it's your testimony, Mr. Giordani asked you, it's your testimony that you didn't kill your father, is that correct?
I did not kill my father.
You left your home that night, didn't you?
Objection, what night?
The night of the 7th, well, early morning hours of August 7th, correct?
2023?
2023.
To go to work?
No. You left the house in the dark at 2 a.m., correct?
No, sir.
You'd been on your phone. You were looking at pictures of you and Devyn, correct?
I don't remember.
You left that home. You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
No, sir. If you're talking about the night that my father was murdered,
Yeah.
I was home with the girls. We watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text her letting her know that I put them to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like the testimony under oath that you've given to the grand jury previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that you'll lie under oath if it fits you.
No, sir. I became a very big alcoholic out there.
Okay.
So it's a little dozen. But I will answer truthfully to what I do.
But you'd agree with me that you were an alcoholic before that day and you had a drinking problem, correct? Before August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
In fact, it became a really big point of contention between you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
The actions, correct? Things that you do, correct? She'd send you texts. I mean, she'd get angry about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd tell you that you were turning into your father. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And you resented that part of your father, didn't you? Because he did the same thing, correct?
No, sir.
And you'd agree with me that when you drink, you do things that you wish you didn't, correct?
Other than maybe throw up, no, sir.
It affected your judgment, didn't it?
No, sir.
Affects your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, but thank you.
Can you read the rest of it?
Yes. Bear with me, Devier, I just got a few more questions. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So, Mr. Draskowitz started his questioning by asking you if you'd ever talked to him or his investigator or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Since after that jail call we heard, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've maintained a job out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Living a normal, or I guess relatively normal life.
Yes, sir.
You traveled here after we contacted you and said this trial's coming up and we need you to testify as a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
You came here willingly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't make me go arrest you to bring you here, correct?
Yes, sir.
We flew you out and you came and you brought your girlfriend for support. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And your girlfriend's the young lady sitting in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Is it easy for you to talk about your personal sexual life in front of all these strangers and that big old camera right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me.
Is it easy to talk about your personal sexual life in front of all these people? Yes, sir. Well, let's get into it then. What did she like? Did she like the good old or husha, husha? Or was she more the starfish type?
Well, tell the jury. Was this a dynamic, untraditional relationship?
At first, it was just to help with my sisters, and things got a little weird, so in the beginning, no, and then at the end, yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the marriage. I'm talking about since you were a 19-year-old kid having sex with your father's ex, or I guess live-in girlfriend at the time. You would agree that's not traditional?
Absolutely not. Yes.
You would agree that's not traditional?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that, you know, it's not the best look to do what you did?
Yes, sir.
Are you embarrassed of that?
Yes, sir.
But it happened, and you're acknowledging that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sexual relationship went on for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Without going through all these exhibits, you would acknowledge and you understand that the detectives took your phone and took a whole bunch of other phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before you even took the stand in front of these people today, you know that we, all these lawyers, have access to your most personal, intimate conversations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing your best to recall 2 years ago, back to 8 years ago, in front of this jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Christina, you were gifted a membership by the wonderful She's Like Texas, who has her wedding anniversary today, and she gifted membership to, well, I don't know if to celebrate it, but we are very appreciative of it.
So when you say, sitting on the stand today, you say, I believe I worked on August 6th. Is that what you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Draskevich made a big point of this, and I want to address it real quickly. Page 13 of the voluntary statement, counsel.
Do you think the girlfriend is sitting down there now and thinking, is that why he calls me mommy in bed? I've heard about the guys who like being called daddy, but I always found it weird that he called me mommy. Now I know why.
This is about working the day before. The actually, it's bottom of page 12. The detective asks you, okay, is that what time you got off? And I'm going to be exactly precise with the words from this transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
You respond, sometimes a little earlier. The detective asks, is that what time you got off yesterday? You respond, I got off yesterday at about, wait now, today's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, right? And the detective responds, yeah. Then you respond, yeah, I didn't work yesterday. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I can show you this at any point if you need to see it. My point is, and my question is, on August 7th, you learned your father died from your grandfather, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have, you were at work and then you go home and you start drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You learn a little bit later that it's not like a natural death and there are police involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are police showing up to your house, they're searching it, they're talking to Nikki, Devyn, they're talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You acknowledged with defense counsel earlier, you were not entirely truthful about the depth of your relationship with Nikki, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to this jury, let them look at you and say, why is it that you were not entirely truthful about your relationship with Nikki on the day one?
It happens for most guys.
I wasn't entirely truthful with our relationship because I didn't know that my father was murdered, and I didn't want anybody to find out that. I tried to fill some shoes that I shouldn't be filling.
Okay. So, do you even know at the time you're giving this interview that Nikki was a potential suspect?
I was unaware for the whole thing. I just didn't know why the cops were in her house.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the intervening or the days after August 7th where you start to suspect she had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that easy for you to come to that understanding?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She was your wife. She is your wife.
Yes, sir.
You cared for 2 children together. You had a lot of sexual history with this person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to see her go to
She has at least 3 aliases besides Nikki.
jail or get arrested for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, and I should clarify. In the days where you're just suspecting and you're still kind of figuring out what's going on, did you want her to go to jail and lose her kids for this?
Once I found out after the news article, yes.
Okay, so once you find out what actually happened to your dad and you presume she did it, you want her to go to jail. Fair.
Yes, sir.
But before that, you're not in any of this interviews blaming it on her, correct? We agree there.
Yes, sir.
You're not saying she must have done it. You're just giving history.
Yes, sir.
You minimize your relationship. We can agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the questioning Mr. Draskovich went through with the when you learned your dad was moving into the Porcupine Room address. I want to talk about this for a moment. Before I get into the transcript, as you sit here right now, when is it that you think you learned that your dad was moving into the residence?
It was talked about before. I drank a lot. According to the paper, I did know about it apparently, but
okay.
I didn't think it was actually going to happen.
Okay. So, and bottom of page 8. I'm going to read verbatim. You are asked about line 300, counsel. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out, period. You respond, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, period. And, period, I mean, period, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it, period. They then ask, okay, and you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here? You responded, no, he knew I lived there. Detective says, and then, ... and you continue and you say, but since I didn't talk to him and she was going over there for the girls and him, I kind of stayed away. I guess they would talk about it and she ran it by me. I drink a lot, so she ran it by me apparently, and I was gonna move out for a short period of time until he got on his feet and I was gonna come back. Does that sound accurate? Do you dispute what is in the statement?
Yes,
Does it sound accurate?
yes, sir.
You're not disputing what's in the statement.
No, sir.
So even back then, you're telling them, like, I drink a lot. She apparently told me this.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here right now, do you 100% remember when you learned your dad was going to move in?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you known beforehand, before his death, would that have caused you to fight him, hurt him, kill him?
No, sir.
Would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you got to go stay at a buddy's house and move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely not.
All right. Thank you, Devyn. I pass the witness.
Continue with the brief conference, Mr. Wentworth.
Yes. This whole issue about the sexual relationship that you had with Devyn, beginning when you were 19, you didn't speak to the prosecutor or anybody about that until yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watched this opening statement, didn't you? our opening statement where we laid out what was in the phones. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you watched the opening statement in this case, didn't you?
What was the opening statement in this case?
You don't know what an opening statement is, or the opening statement?
I don't record all that.
I see. So she's
Have you watched any coverage of the trial? Is what you should ask him now.
on trial. You're in California, or you're getting here, and you didn't watch this?
I seen the YouTube video.
Then you talked to the prosecutor about these issues, correct? So you watched the YouTube video, you watched the opening statement, correct? And you adjusted. Isn't that right?
What do you mean by adjusted?
You received a couple of texts from your father. (10/24/2022). You have nothing to tell me? WTF. I thought you were my seed. If what I know, I can't fuck with you. And he sent you another one a moment after that. Devil shit, correct?
Listen.
I have no further questions.
Anybody understand?
What YouTube video did you see and when did you see it?
It was earlier in the year. I think it was about the custody case. It wasn't about this one.
Okay, so that line of questioning just now was a bit misleading, so let me clarify something.
I'd object. The question was clear. It's whether it's his answer, I think, is misleading. So.
Mr. Giordani's objection, Mr. Giordani's characterization is going to be sustained. Mr. Giordani, if you think something needs to be clarified for this jury, you can ask a clarifying question.
Okay. So the way, maybe I mischaracterized or misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, did you watch a YouTube video last night of the opening statement that happened in this trial?
No, sir. I'm sorry. The video that I had witnessed was over the custody case, I believe.
Yeah, like months ago, correct?
Yeah, earlier this year.
Did you watch any footage from this trial before hitting the stand?
No, sir.
Okay. So what you're testifying to is not based on something Mr. Draskovich said yesterday or the day before. Because you wouldn't know what he said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we met last night, I told you, I'm not going to tell you what anybody said in court. I want to hear the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I said the most important thing is to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Justice?
But you're capable of not quite telling the truth when it's to your benefit. Fair to say?
I just didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I see. You reviewed those transcripts prior to your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke with investigators from the district attorney's office in preparation for this trial, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
They went through what your testimony was going to be. They went through what your statements were going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
They provided you transcripts of your prior statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until last night that you talked about having this sexual relationship with your wife. About 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just last night's the first time you talked about it. Just so we're clear, correct?
Family court will never be taped, so you know it's bullshit. He's caught in well, he drank a lot, so he misremembers what he saw yesterday.
Talk to him.
To the prosecutor about this relationship that you had with Devyn. Last night was the first time, correct?
Well, he is Devyn.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. But
It's okay.
with Devyn, you spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct?
Family court is never on YouTube because it'll most likely involve minors. I've never seen, well, maybe there can be some custody battle thing, but it's very unlikely because it involves minors. in this case, I don't even think there have been any family court business going on because she's in prison, so she can't have the kids. Their kids are either in the system or with his or her parents. So I couldn't tell you what the family court should even be about.
About your relationship with Devyn Michaels, going back to 19, correct?
Oh, it is in Nevada?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you, Linda.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got to clarify, just so everyone understands.
No, the Boone's family is only the transcripts I've seen people cover.
You testified at a prior proceeding where I questioned you, the grand jury thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the relationship, and you said it was sexual after the first year, and it went up and until your dad's death.
Yes, sir.
That's back in September of 23.
Yes, sir.
Last night, you flew in out of state, you came with your girl, and you met with us with a witness present, a guy with a badge. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I haven't found any of that.
I don't know if it was meant to be suggested this way, but
Well, new
what I
business.
heard was they told you what to say or something like that?
I object to that. No, I didn't. That wasn't my
Okay.
question, so that was
Okay.
not, okay.
So we asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And I told you I can't tell you anything that's happened in court. That would be unethical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I told you to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Just so we're clear, I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing. I'm just saying yesterday was the first time that you had a discussion about having a relationship with your wife, a sexual relationship, from the time you were 19, correct?
No, sir. It sounds like I was already interviewed about it and I talked about it.
I read you your grand jury transcript. No, that was in the context of your marriage. You never testified before the grand jury about having a sexual relationship with your wife that began when you were 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response.
So that was day 2 of the Devyn Michaels case. And I thought day 1 was cray-cray because we heard about eating out the Arby's and we heard about the beheading and stuff like that. But I have some serious questions now about this entire timeline. This guy, is it just me or should they have looked more at him? We don't know why they have excluded him. But I feel a little bit that this guy, he had a lot of reasons to at least participate, if not do it, because the dad was moving back in with his wife, mother, and he was to move out. And allegedly, 3 days before, she had said, I want a divorce. We saw the pictures yesterday from the CVS where the dad at least looked very, very happy to be with the sister mom. Am I just am I picking something up? His answers, I drank a lot. As a general rule, not everyone and all of that, but normally when I do my layman duty, I have to remember I have to do it next week. If we have a suspect going, well, I blacked out. It's always very conveniently around the time where they did something really bad. That's kind of the general rule. They will have blackouts right when they're about to punch someone and unalive people. That's when they black out, and I get that same. What's going on here? This makes no sense. Yeah. Reasonable doubt has emerged from the Arby's. And by the way, If you didn't know it, this case have launched a whole new line of new wonderful sandwiches at, well, at least new commercial for sandwiches at Arby's. You can get the Coom dumpster, inspired by this case, the oh my, the special sauce, and of course, you call it what? All of these is now available at your nearest Arby's, the only place to get the greatest sandwiches you can get. I fear something's wrong with me. I think he did it, and she tried to cover it. Then he got a new girlfriend, and she's like, "Screw this." Could be his vague, quiet calmness is unnerving to me. I put the girls to bed, and then I went to bed, and she came home at 2 o'clock, and then I got up at 6 o'clock. That's all he remembers from that night, but he drank a lot. He had the motive and the power tools. Well, there's still no indication that power tools have been used. That's another thing, because if you use a saw or something like that, it'll throw debris all over the place. I have a very hard time figuring out. I know there will be more visuals tomorrow, where we're going to cover day 3. We're still going to be a day behind, but we are getting close to the end. So we're gonna cover day 3 tomorrow, and please no spoilers and all of that. Rabiola. Did they work together? Apparently, the dad and the son work together. Ah, baby. Hobbies were one of my favorites too. Damn you, Devyn. I agree with you, Baker, about the son being involved. Timeline is too tight and it's too clean for one person. Yeah, right. If because she was it 2:30? She was at the CVS. She was out there buying stuff in the white tank top. That's just something weird. Something weird. I am always suspect of a witness who, even when prompted by the judge, fails to increase the volume of their voice. I guess it's easier on a guilty conscience to whisper a lie than say it out loud. Yes. Yeah, I know you think. No, the medical examiner haven't testified. The crime scene investigator has. All the Arby's in the neck of my woods, far, far western burbs of Chicago have closed. Oh, never been to one. I don't know if it's good. Only tight thing on this case, well, it wasn't her. I've seen some of her videos. Well, they did work together in a way with Devyn, yes. Is something not weird? No. All of this kind of is weird. Well, we have to come. I think we'll get more technical evidence tomorrow. And again, we'll have to see how she does, because remember, we will have her interview with the cops where she allegedly confesses to all of it, just to see. But that son hobby thing kind of weirds me out. Yeah, he moved the mic closer and then got quieter. You're right, Bad Dazzler. But tomorrow, we will be starting later tomorrow, because remember, Krusty Panties has a day in court again tomorrow. We will be covering that as we normally do. Tomorrow, it is the Mary Bagwell case. This is the case where she, outside of the courthouse, stops, flips the bird, and tells this person to go jump off the planet, where she claims that, oh, my GPS took me down that street and I had nothing to do with it. Allegedly, there was already no. That's the other case. She has 2 cases for witness intimidation. This isn't the one that she already had a plea deal in. This is another case, but they have a hearing tomorrow. It is. Let me just go, and Marissa will yell at me because I get it wrong anyway. Tomorrow we will have a pre-trial session motion hearing. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Good old Cornstar herself will be back in court, and we're going to cover it because my girl, the crust maker, is one of my favorite people. Sadly, she is taken, or I would have tried to sneak in there. After that, we will be back covering this because I need to find out who's banging who banged who on the head, and where is the head. We need to figure all of that out. The crust has threatened so many folks, it's hard to keep tab of all the proceedings at this point. Right now, she has 2 outstanding cases. She has the Lauren Murray. She has that. No, she has that one. That's the one outside of the courthouse. The other one is when she. Is that the one in the court? Yeah, that's the one in the courthouse where she drives up to her, next to her out in the parking lot, and then she yells at her in the courthouse where Jason Boyles hears it. Because Mary Bagwell was there to support the lady that she flipped off outside of the courthouse. Marissa will yell at me later. Don't you worry. Because I don't pay attention. Well, I'm a man and I can't remember shit. But we don't need to know much about it because we can see it tomorrow. Hopefully, there will be a Zoom link so we can cover it live as we always do when the Cornstar herself is in court. This case, they kind of this is the one they kind of wanted to end before the no, they wanted the other one to end before this one, it seemed like, because they had a written deal in the Murray case. Yes, I do remember my divorce date. But we'll cover that in the morning. We had Mary on. We read her. Her affidavit that she gave to the police officer a little while back, where she was talking about what happened that day at the courthouse. So that's going to be interesting as always. Krusty old Panties is a disaster. But before you go watch that tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tonight at Justice Serve TV, JSTV, linked in the top of the chat, you will have chat's own Miss Jessica, who will be talking about being a veteran, being deployed with, believe it's the Farewell brother who is not in prison, and it's a Veterans Day special. So please go and support her and throw some muffins or donuts. Throw some donuts at her. I think she would like that. See a little support in chat. Mikey, you are always more than welcome. You know that. All the good people over at Recovery Addict are always welcome at my place, and I know whenever I send my little muffins over to him, he will take care of them like he is a chicken and they are baby chicks. That doesn't make sense. So a two-parter tomorrow. First, O'Cruster, and second, day 3 in the Devyn Michaels case. Can it get crazier? Apparently it can.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
your
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and